All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new here. Thank you guys so much for joining me today and waiting patiently for the intro to finish up. I hope everybody's doing well today. It is Sunday, June 28th, and we have another Press X podcast episode ready to go. Corey, what is going on, man? Craig Harris with a $2 super chat says 1,000 US dollars. Yes, sir. Get it ready. Get it ready. Yeah, we have quite a bit to talk about. There's I mean, sorry, like a mustache hair on my tongue. There hasn't been like any official announcements of any kind. But boy oh boy, are things starting to happen. And they are looking not great. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be honest with you guys. It's not looking great. Okay? I'm the last guy that wants to doom anything. Unless it's Xbox. But no, it ain't just Xbox now. And Corey, the Legend Landiga, he comes in, he drops 5 member gifts for you guys. He does what he does.
I'm no hero.
Corey, thank you, man.
Never was. Never will be.
Sorry, it's like something stuck on my tongue there. And Meow drops a fortune cookie. Thank you for the fortune cookie. Second time I got that fortune cookie. Corey, let me add your member gifts to the goal. Yesterday, we were trying to get Mini Tom a membership. We were trying. And you guys tried. And unfortunately, Mini Tom did not get that membership gift. I'm aiming to have some members content out for you guys on Saturday, this upcoming Saturday. Nothing crazy, super chill, super relaxed. It's not going to be a stream. But if you are a channel member, I'm just letting you know that that's what I'm shooting for. So just be on the lookout for that. MBG, I went out to water the garden today and found a stray cat. Found out a stray cat had given birth to 5 kittens in our yard. This happened a few months ago, and I had no idea. Sent a video of them on Discord. That's awesome, Irfan. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Irfan's going to have like 10 cats, bro, when it's all said and done. No, yesterday's stream was not removed. It's there's members content. So just to give you guys a small update on my plan here, because, you know, I have a plan, Arthur. All right? I have a plan. Listen. I do want to bring back Morning with the Missus. Probably not going to be able to do that until September, realistically, though. Summer, kids are home. It's chaotic. Just don't think that I'm going to be able to do it. So we're going to go on like a hiatus. I mean, if we can like squeeze something in there at some point in July or August, I'll see if we can do that. But the goal is by the time we get to September, I want to have a consistent rotation of members content. And I've decided that the plan is the plan until it's no longer the plan. I mean, yeah, we're all operating that way these days. I want to have a consistent rotation of members content on a weekly basis. And my goal is to, you know, hopefully when September rolls around, weekly Morning with the Missus. It will be in the morning. All right. I want to bring that back. It'll be like season 3 or something. I don't know. I did say that, Craig. I did. I'm sorry. But in the meantime, I'm going to have a different type of members content. I don't know how it's going to, I don't know if you guys are going to like it or not. It's really chill. It's, you know, but I think we'll see. All right. So hopefully I'll have that out to you guys this Saturday if you are a channel member. All right. Guys, before we dive into any topics, do me a big favor. Hit that like button. Okay. If you enjoy Press X podcast, if you enjoy the streams and you enjoy hanging out here with me in the community, please take a moment, hit that like button. It helps more than you know. I want to see if we can push for 50 likes. After that, we'll make our way to 100. If you want to support the channel directly, there are a couple of ways in which you can do that. We are completely fan funded. I can only do what I do here because you guys make it possible. Consider becoming a member, consider gifting memberships, super chats, direct donations. These are all ways in which you can support directly. Big shout out and thank you to everybody who does. Simply couldn't do it without you. But we need to talk about this PlayStation 6 situation because it is looking grim. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be honest with you guys. And before anybody says anything, I'm not just singling out Sony. I mean, obviously, when we have this conversation, we need to keep in mind that it's not just Sony. It's not just PlayStation. It's literally every hardware manufacturer. However, I am mainly a PlayStation channel. And on top of that, we know that PlayStation is critically important to Sony as a company. Critically important. Okay. So if things start to really go downhill for the PlayStation division, you know, I think PlayStation makes up nearly 50% of Sony's total revenue. So, you know, there's a greater emphasis on how problematic this situation could become for the PlayStation division and Sony's gaming brand. And we're going to talk all about that. All right. Just giving it a little bit more time here, letting people kind of file in. Let me see. Make sure I didn't miss anything over here. Okay, I did not. No delays. So, yeah, we're going to talk about that. That's the big thing that everybody mentions. Sony should delay the PlayStation 6. It needs to be delayed. They need to delay it. We're going to talk about why that's simply not happening. And we have Hellbound 1981, another legend, returns with another 5 member gifts for you guys. So that's basically what Hellbound's saying. You saw Corey drop 5. He wanted to drop 5 of his own. He wants a member train. Guys, if we do hit 25 members today, we'll feed the beast. I will attempt to feed as many beasts as I can. Boss just doesn't care anymore, bro. I don't know what happened to Boss. Maybe I got to get different treats. He's just like, I'm good. But Hellbound, thank you so much for that, man. Unfortunately, many times still didn't get one, man. I'm just surprised. Many times he's around all the time. I don't know how he hasn't got one yet. We'll keep trying. We'll keep trying. Keep an eye on July 31st. That's Sony's earnings call. Totoki will talk as always, and it's highly likely that we'll get answers because no doubt investors have serious questions about Sony's plans. At this point in time, yeah, I imagine investors are going to start pressing Sony harder because it's like, bro, what's the plan? You see what's going on? God, Sony is in such a pinch. I mean, they're not the only ones, but the timing could, I mean, it would be bad no matter what, but just the fact that it's expected to peak, you know, between 2027 and 2028. It's like, oof. Maybe that $1,300 PS6 isn't far from real life. Maybe 900 sold at a loss. Well, we're going to talk about that, Shadow Link. I mean, the big news today is that, you know, hardware leaker, very reliable hardware leaker and insider, Kepler L2, they came out in March of this year, and they said the BOM, which is the bill of materials, basically the cost to just put a PS6 together, how much it's going to cost in total, not counting shipping, not counting packaging, not counting all the logistical stuff. The bill of materials in March of this year for the PlayStation 6 was $760. Okay, that's what it was in March. 3 months later, it's now at $960. Effectively, it's $40 away from costing Sony $1,000 to manufacture a PlayStation 6 console. So, you know, when you talk about the idea of a $1,300 console, again, that $1,000, that $960 to $1,000 manufacturing cost does not factor in everything else that's also going to cost Sony, you know, like shipping it, packaging, all that stuff. So it's I imagine Sony is kind of panicking right now. Obviously, we've talked extensively about things like Project Helix. It's over for Microsoft. You know, um, this is why Asha Sharma straight up came out and was like, "Yeah, we're gonna have exclusives with these two games, and we want you guys to support the console." But basically, the next day was like, "Yeah, so the console's pretty much not going to work. We need to find. We're going to literally be doing different business models at the end of this year." This is what she said, straight up. So, you know, if we're looking at it, if we're looking at a PlayStation 6, the cost to manufacture it is $1,000, essentially. Knowing that Project Helix is a much bigger APU, it's going to be more powerful than the PS6. You can bet it's well over $1,000 to manufacture Helix. Well over. So really, there is no more console war, at least not for any extended period of time. There is no competition. This is quite literally, in the case of PlayStation, survival. They need to find a way to ensure that their business model that they literally rely on to keep their entire gaming division afloat, they need to figure out how to make sure this doesn't die in the next 2 to 5 years. And that's what we're going to be talking about today. We have Rich Rod with a $2 direct donation. He says, "Fellow mods, I will brief the war plans." There are no war plans. Directly after the stream. No, he won't. Kiss your families and have your battle gear ready. Don't. MBG troops, may God bless us. 48 hours. Guys, he doesn't know what he's talking about. I've already talked to Rich, and I've issued a stand down. We are not, whatever he thinks is going on, it's not going on. It's not going down that way. Rich, I do appreciate your support, though. But they're literally, guys, listen, the war has to be, Rich, if you want to go to war with anyone or anything, C9's like, what's he talking about? See, it's good you don't know what he's talking about. But if you want to go to war with anyone or anything, it's got to be AI at this point. It's got to be the data centers. It's got to be the AI slop. Okay? It wasn't PlayStation that killed Xbox, nor is it going to be Xbox that kills PlayStation. It wasn't Nintendo. It wasn't Steam. It was AI. That's what it is. That's literally the cause of all of this. Consumer hardware was put into the passenger seat, then it was put into the back seat, then it was put into the third row. At the rate things are going, consumer hardware is going to be in the trunk, tied up. So that goes for PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo. I know a lot of people are looking at Nintendo right now. As things continue the way they're going, Nintendo's going to be affected. You are going to be seeing $700 Nintendo Switch 2s. Okay? It's I don't think people understand, at least for the next 12 to 18 months, possibly longer, how bad this is going to get. I think people are maybe starting to realize this. With the announcement of a third price increase from Xbox for an $800 Series X. And Sony's price increase is right around the corner. Just a heads up. So it's getting bad. I was kind of remaining hopeful that it wouldn't take a turn for the worst, but it is. I think the actual price of the PlayStation 6 after the cost with deals and small subsidies will be $850 to $950. I mean, let me go over the information, and we're going to talk about the potential maneuvers Sony could make realistically. All right. So the information comes from Kepler L2. Once again, Kepler L2 says that the bill of materials to manufacture a PlayStation 6 has increased by $200 since March. The number in March was $760, so it's, for all intents and purposes, it's essentially $1,000 to manufacture a PlayStation 6. Kepler L2 says this in response to, a possible delay. Prices, if they keep going up, then delaying is actually worse than just releasing it as soon as possible. If the prices remain stable, then there's still no point in delaying it. If prices go down in 2028 or 2029, they can lower the price of the PS6 like they did with the PS3. The only downside will be the initial sales in 2027 and 2028. They will be lower than normal. Most people who are wishing/hoping for a delay probably think this means the PS6 would get quote unquote upgraded somehow, but it will not. Specifications have been locked in for a long time now, and a delay will change nothing. And then somebody also reminds us that the BOM, or bill of materials, does not include assembly or logistical costs such as packaging, shipping, or storage. So this is the news, and previously it could have been $600 to $650. I mean, that's the thing. When we heard the bill of materials was sitting at around $760, it sounded realistic to maybe anticipate a $650 PS6. Like you could see Sony trying to find a way to eat maybe $100, maybe even $150 in the short term, to make sure that they can get this thing out the door without, putting a price point up there that make people fall over or out of their chair or just laugh. This is no longer possible. I know there were a few people, not many, but it seems like there were a couple of people with my video that I put out today. I titled the video, "The PS6 is in trouble." I think some people are getting a little bit defensive where they're like, "Oh, it's not just Sony," and I get it. There's a lot of people who kind of attack PlayStation, maybe over the littlest things. They make a mountain out of a molehill, but this is a mountain. When we talk about the things Sony could do, I mean, here's the worst part of all of this, right? The worst part of this situation is that even at this point in time, if Sony says we're going to eat the costs, how much can we eat? Maybe we can eat $200, $250, which is probably way above what they're actually willing to eat. But to me, I'd say that's high. That's very unrealistic. But if they were to go to that extent, well, you're saying they literally ate over $300 during the PS3. They can eat more than that. Well, do keep in mind, Chris, Sony almost died at that time. So the reason they did that, because it was so dangerous, where they basically made the decision, like, we have to eat this $300 per unit sold, and we have to pray that people buy it. And not only that they buy it, but they buy games, they subscribe, and we can make this money back in the next 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 years. And they did. Well, actually, to be fair, the PS3 generation was never profitable. They did lose money on the PS3 generation, but it was in the name of allowing the brand to survive, to see another generation. And then we saw what happened with the PS4. I will say that this situation we're kind of mapping out, this scenario where Sony basically enters survival mode. They enter survival mode where it's like, we just have to get through the next 5 to 7 years and pray that we can, of course they would be able to make it, but we just got to push through till we get to the PlayStation 7 and everything will be better. The real dire situation right now, and what makes things truly feel so doom and gloom, is that based off of the way things are going, it doesn't seem like this is going to change. It's not to say that prices won't eventually stabilize and that it's just going to continue to go up and up and up. It's unlikely that will happen. In the short term, that will happen. But when we talk about a stabilization of the pricing and of components and how much they cost, it seems like, and Lenovo came out and they warned of this. They literally just said that we're very, very likely never going back to the prices that we once had. So while we may think about the idea of a $1,200, $1,300 PlayStation 6, and that sounds just totally unthinkable. Like, well, excuse me, a $1,200 PS6? even if things do stabilize, it's like, all right, so what are we looking at? We going back to like $400, $500, $600 PS6 in the year 2029, 2030, 2031? No, you're probably still looking at an $800 or $900 console. I think what's disturbing about this is it seems like there isn't really the only actual viable path forward in terms of getting to a place where component prices drop and go back to what they were before, to where we could get to a point where Xboxes and PlayStations are $400 or $500. Maybe we can even talk about putting them on sale to $300. Is if the AI bubble does actually burst and it collapses, and data centers are no longer a thing. But this is why anybody who's analyzing the situation, nobody feels even remotely confident in assuming that that's going to happen, because people were talking for the last 2 to 3 years that the AI bubble is going to burst. The AI bubble is going to burst, just to find out that no, it's actually just going to get bigger with no burst, no pop, nothing. It's just these companies are going to strong arm this. They're going to brute force it, whether we want it or not, whether we like it or not. And so there has to be a massive fundamental shift in the AI space in order for things to truly get back to what they were. The best we can hope for is stabilization at this point, but even stabilization, you're still looking at $700, $800, $900 consoles. Lee Bull with a £5 super chat says PS6 could still be $600 or $700 to $800, which, considering it'll wipe the floor with the PS5 3 times the raster, 5 to 10 times ray tracing, it is reasonable value. PS6 level PC is north of $2,000. And I mean, when you look at it from that angle, Lee, if Sony can manage to bring in the console between, $700 and $800, which I still am not convinced they're going to be able to do that unless something changes drastically. Yeah, you're not wrong. I just think the problem isn't, because when I read what you're saying here, I think to the enthusiast, like to the more core PlayStation fan, that's probably how they're going to see it. The person who, obviously was willing to pay $400, $500, $600 for every PlayStation console that came before, they're probably not going to be thrilled about having to pay hundreds of dollars more for the next one. But I do think that there is a group of people who absolutely will be ready to buy it, and they will see that value there. The problem, I think, is when we're talking about even prices between $700 and $800. The problem is I think just too many people simply get priced out. I think there will be people. I mean, we're very much looking down a scenario where millions of people are going to want PlayStation 6s, but they're just simply not going to be able to afford them. It's not a matter of like, oh, I'm not sold on it, I'm good, I'm going to pass. It's literally like, oh my God, that looks awesome. Man, those games look sick. Yeah, I have no idea when I'm going to be able to get one. Or I don't know if I'm going to be able to get one. And I think that's the real problem. Like that's why things get really spooky for Sony. Where it's like, bro, how much does it cost you to manufacture this console? Over $1,000. Like soon it's going to be over $1,000. We have more things to go over here that, for as bad as this may sound, and again, I'm not trying to doom anything. I'm just trying to be realistic. By the way, thank you, Ben, for the for the jewels. I'm not trying to doom anything, but we actually have other reports to go over that indicate that this is just the beginning, at least for the next year or so. I'm telling you, man, Sony is kind of panicking behind the scenes. I mean, I'm not complete panic, like everything's on fire. I just mean like they are having daily meetings, especially now, trying to really put their heads together and figure out, like, what are we going to do? Because this is our entire business model. It's basically collapsing overnight. And we have nothing to do, like, it's not our fault. We had nothing to do with that. Lund with a $5 super chat says Jeffries reports DRAM and NAND memory prices could jump 40 to 50% in Q3 of 2026, followed by another 30 to 40% increase in Q4. $1,200 to $2,000 PS6. You called it, Lund. That's exactly what I was going to bring up. Jeffries is reporting in just Q3 of this year, which is between, July and September, in just that period alone, 40 to 50% increase on DRAM and NAND memory. Dude, I mean, quite literally, I don't say this lightly, anybody, hardware manufacturers of any kind, but especially console manufacturers, because the console's meant to appeal to more than just the hardcore gamer. It's meant to appeal to the casual. When I say they are about to get fucked, I don't say that lightly. It is crazy, dude. Like this is pretty much an apocalyptic doomsday scenario for these console manufacturers. Now, I don't say that as in like it's going to stay this way forever, but the question really becomes, how long can you survive this? Because if it does stay this way for, say, another 5 years minimum, let's just say that's the minimum, it kind of stays this way for 5 years before things really start to change and things start to, AI data centers are saturated, the demand has been met, then, because eventually, the assumption is eventually that'll happen, presumably, if we continue down this road. But can these companies survive on 3 to 5 years of having to price their consoles at these exorbitant price points that legitimately just prices out the casual entirely? Leo Jimmy with a $20 super chat. Thank you for that, Leo. He says, MBG Money, PS6 at 1,000. They might as well chop the projections down to 25 to 35 million sold lifetime. If it's 1,000, I'll buy. I'll start saving, but mass appeal ain't happening. Agreed. I mean, dude, even I am like, how the hell am I going to buy a $1,000 console? Like it's legitimately looking down the barrel of a potential $1,000 PlayStation 6. And I say this as somebody who covers PlayStation for a living on YouTube. It's like, even I'm like, how am I going to, like, yeah, I guess I'm going to have to do, who is it that Sony partners with? At Klarna or something, like, yeah, I'll buy now and I'll pay it in installments or something. Like, this is crazy. And here's the craziest part of all, though, Leo. My PS5 Pro is awesome. My PS5 Pro is amazing, and I'm playing Pragmata on it right now, and I'm like, I know it can probably get better, but man, I have no complaints at all. This looks amazing. So I have an idea for Sony. And I'm going to be honest, guys, like, they have to be talking about this now. Earlier, we kind of completely dismissed this notion, and maybe we still do to a small extent, but by now, looking at these reports again, I'm just going to like run through it really quick. Lenovo says memory prices will likely never return to normal. Now, it's being reported that they're exaggerating with the word never, like, oh, it's never. I don't think we can say never, but Lenovo is trying to telegraph that ain't nothing changing anytime soon. And then you have, like we said, Jeffries warns memory prices will surge 50% in Q3 2026 and another 40% in Q4. Microsoft themselves straight up, they said this when they had to increase the price of the Xbox. They straight up said, like, yeah, man, we expect it to double by next year, by this time next year or next holiday, which is literally when these consoles are expected to release. On top of that, you have major retailers coming out. This was reported by the Game Business. An anonymous source from a major games retailer says that consoles will be in short supply over the holiday season. We've been informed that because of the ongoing issues around hardware component availability, that's another problem. It's not even just the pricing at this point, it's the literal availability. We won't be getting the units we want ahead of GTA 6. This is what a source tells the game business. Demand will likely outstrip supply during the year-end period. So you might think, oh, they're not going to have enough consoles because they're all selling out because of GTA 6. No, they're not going to have enough consoles because literally all of the components, all of the all the resources that are being dumped into creating all these components are being funneled into these mega corporations that are striking these very, very lucrative deals with the RAM manufacturers and the component manufacturers, where they're getting the lion's share. The consumer electronic divisions, like what Sony's doing with PlayStation, Microsoft with Xbox, Nintendo with the Switch 2, they're all going to have to fight for the remaining scraps. And as we can see here, there's not going to be enough left for everybody to go around. So not only are they paying way more now, but they're paying way more for less. Crazy, man, and scary. Josh Z with a $10 chat says, the people saying that Sony can eat the cost have zero clue how business works. Any major companies would rather sell less at a higher cost than sell more to lower cost, more for less. Generally speaking, I agree with that, Josh. The only thing I will say is that there is a precedent. Like, people are pointing out that Sony did do this before, and that's true. But we also have to understand that the model has changed. You know, things are just different now in the year 2026 than they were in 2006, than they were in 1995, and 4 when Sony launched the PS1. Here's the real conundrum that Sony's in right now, and you kind of highlight it, Josh, is that Sony can kind of sit back if they wanted to and say, we are okay with selling less. We're just going to charge more. And it really is like, yeah, we're going to price millions and millions of people out, but we know that there's still I don't know how to use the word large, but a decently sized market, a sustainable market, a market big enough that we can sustain increasing the price to what we need it to be to just make this thing work for us. And so the numbers, like the volume, the number of people and the number of users, these things are going to start to shrink, which, would be bad for Sony, but they'll be able to report stable numbers, what look to be sustainable numbers, but it will come at the cost of a shrinking user base. And, that creates a major problem, again, not just for Sony, but for everybody. But when we talk about the idea of Sony possibly eating the cost, I have no doubt in my mind that Sony would be willing to do that, but only for a short period of time. They would only be willing to do that if they could truly map out, like, okay, how long are we going to operate at a loss? Because once you start going at, past the 2-year mark, and you're getting close to the midpoint of the generation, if you're still operating at a loss, it's like it's over. You are not going to be able to make that money back. We literally saw that with the PS3 generation. Like, they literally, even for as good as that generation ended, they still weren't able to make all their money back. So when we talk about Sony operating at a loss, selling PlayStation 6s, it can really only be done for a short period of time. And I firmly believe Sony would only be willing to do that if they were convinced, truly convinced that, okay, yeah, this RAM crisis, this component crisis situation is going to be over 8 to 9 months from now, 12 months max. So we'll eat the costs for a year, and then everything will stabilize after that. We're looking at the opposite. We're looking at it as a situation where it's like, Sony, if you come into the PlayStation 6 generation deciding you want to eat the cost, you're going to have to accept that this generation is going to be completely unprofitable, potentially deleterious, and it's like you're saying, Josh, like they're a business. They're not going to do that. There's just no chance they're going to do that. They're not going to forego an entire generation, especially not knowing what the playing field looks like after that generation ends. Chad A, a member for 23 months, says Sony sold consoles at a loss before. This is not unusual. PS3 is a good example of this. Sony will opt to gain users rather than make a fleeting profit. Well, I think everything I just said kind of answers or is also a response to what you said, Chad. Sony doesn't want another PS3 generation. Like, you're right. again, like people who are pointing out, like Sony did this before, but we have to understand this. This is so important to understand. Sony did that because it was literally sink or swim. It's like you either do this or you're done now. Wrap it up. Like shut down the PlayStation division, spin it off. It's over. Because it was killing Sony. It was literally killing the entirety of Sony. So it was like, this is our last ditch effort. We're going all in, cutting the price of the PS3, stripping it down, making it as affordable as we possibly can, and going crazy with the games and hoping that's enough. Like that's the Hail Mary. And we're going to take that same approach into the PS4. And luckily for Sony, it worked. Michael Wozniak comes in and drops another member gift for you guys, reminding you can always drop a single member gift as well. And I will remind you guys that I will have a little bit of members content, nothing crazy, but a little something for you guys this Saturday, hopefully. So, Michael, thank you for that, buddy. But Sony definitely does not want to. I mean, look, there is an argument to be made that they did it before, they can do it again. Sony got lucky. Like it was a potent combination of how did Sony survive the PS3 generation? How did they make it out the other end ultimately, where like the PS4 was amazing and then it just had this crazy momentum? It was a potent combination of they got lucky at just the right moments, and they put enough effort and I would say they had enough skill ultimately, where like those two things came together, and it's like boom, that's where you get those special moments of like this second half of the PS3 generation comeback with all these games. Suddenly, you know, they're catching up to the 360. And then they take that mentality of like, we got to put the gamer first. We got to put the games first. With the PS4, we got to make the PS4 easy to develop. The PS4 is to be the opposite of the PS3 for devs. That combined with, oh, and by the way, Sony, just in case you didn't know, your competition is going to shoot themselves in the foot and kill their own console and brand. So it's yours for the taking. And Sony's like, okay, well, we're going to take it and let's keep going. Let's just keep going. And then, you know, things got a little too good with the PS5, right? Things got a little too good where it's like the money's flowing. You know, we're on our way up. And then they go crazy with the live service. It kind of all comes crashing down. And now after the live service fiasco, now it's a major universal component crisis that's affecting everybody and is threatening their business model. So what I'll say is this. This is the last thing, and I'm going to read the rest of these chats. As much as we want to compare what may be happening right now and the different decisions Sony could make with the PlayStation 6, as much as we want to compare it to the PS3 generation, one of the biggest things we cannot forget is that the reason why Sony was being beat into the ground, I guess you could say, the PlayStation 3, why was it losing so much money? There were two reasons. One was in their control, one was out. The reason number one that was in their control is they way over-engineered the PS3. They went crazy with it, totally unnecessary and difficult to develop for, and they basically, because they over-engineered it, they created their own problem where it's like, so how much are these things going to cost to develop? I think it was like $800 or something. It was something nuts. That was problem number one. Problem number two is their competition actually started kicking the shit out of them. Where your competition did the opposite of what you did, and they're actually winning now. So it put Sony in this position where it's like, okay, so what's the answer? What's the solution? The solution is make a cheaper PS3 because you can do that. You just have to strip a bunch of stuff out that you really didn't need to have in there in the first place. Focus on making great games and try to match what your competition is doing. The difference between that and where we are now is everything that's happening to Sony and Microsoft and Nintendo and Valve. There's no competition. They're not making internal decisions that are hurting them that they can just not make. There's also not a competitor next to them being like, we're doing it this way and this way's working so much better. It's just not the same, is what I'm trying to say. So to assume that Sony going that route again would work knowing how risky it is. I don't know. It's a tough call. New Soul 9, a member for 14 months. Thank you, buddy. He says, MBG, Sony's business model could exist outside of the console. Their business model is not complex or rocket science. It's simply having the customer operate in their store/ecosystem to access their first-party games. Well, and you have a follow-up here with a $10 super chat saying, so let's play a scenario. They launched the app on a stick, like you're referencing like the Amazon stick. You plug it in your TV to launch the PlayStation Store. In that sense, their business model is still upholding. You are correct about that, New Soul. And it's interesting that you use that example because that actually sounds realistic. At first, I thought you were going to use the example of Sony takes the PlayStation Store, the whole ecosystem, and they put it in other places, like literally, like we're putting it on other hardware. We're putting it on every smart TV. We're putting it on every computer, every smartphone. I thought that's what you were going to say, but actually, no. What you just described it's to the extreme degree, but like, here's the PlayStation 6 stick. Great name. It's bound to sell millions. It costs $150. Maybe it's not a stick. I guess it could be a stick. It's like $100. And it literally, if you plug it into your TV or or I guess your computer or whatever, I don't know though. Like, I mean, at that point, it's like, why? Yeah, I guess you may as well just make a launcher. I mean, here's the thing, New Soul. We've never seen PlayStation have to operate without putting the hardware first. We've never seen that. I'm worried for PlayStation if they have to do that because I think, and I know that some people might disagree with this, but I'm just basing this off of what we saw happen with Microsoft. And I'm not saying, Xbox and PlayStation are the same. They're not. They're not the same. But like, I remember Microsoft did this essentially, where they're like, we're going to put Xbox, the ecosystem, in as many places as we can. And I was like, oh, so we can have access to the Xbox ecosystem without having to buy the console. Yes, it did like nothing for them, dude. It did like nothing. Hardly at all. I'm kind of afraid that the results might not be too dissimilar for Sony, where it's like, okay, here's the solution. We need to move PlayStation outside of the hardware. We need to make PlayStation accessible beyond the hardware because the hardware is just not realistic anymore. I'm afraid that it's like, okay, how many people do you think are going to now engage with PlayStation? Not enough. Especially when you consider the fact that most people are probably going to have to stream it, It's tough, man. Sony's in quite the situation. And Kyle Say Stuff with the super chat says both true, MBG, because the PS3 sold out during the GTA 5 or when GTA 5 came out in 2013. Oh yeah, that is true. Sometimes I do forget that GTA 5 was a PS3 game. End of the generation. And Kyle Say Stuff, you're saying, I think Sony will try to use their next-gen handheld console as their main, as I know so many people who will buy it. And imagine GTA 6 can play on that. Oh, by the way, when Michael dropped his member gift for you guys, he did drop a super chat saying he's looking for a gifted. So he's willing to pay a member gift forward before he gifts himself. He's hoping somebody will gift him. He does it for the love of the game. Help him out, guys. So we need to get Mini Tom and we need to get Michael Wozniak. Well, I have an idea for Sony. I'm going to tell you my idea. All right. Now, please understand that when I give this scenario and I float this idea, please understand I'm doing so based off of what's happening right now, what's in front of us. And just as a very quick reminder, what's in front of us is it costs Sony $1,000 to manufacture the PlayStation 6. They're doing a handheld console. The handheld console probably costs around $800 something to manufacture. So it's not too far out, because it's using the same architecture and everything, but it's also going to have 24 gigabytes of RAM. What I'm about to suggest is something that I wouldn't be excited about, but at this point, I think everybody would understand why if Sony did this. Before I say that, Josh, you're saying my theory, MBG, is that people will pivot to gaming on their phones. We'll use them all the time, and they're getting more powerful than ever. It's possible, but even phones, they still count the RAM that's put in the phones. They still count as consumer products. All hardware. Like, that's the thing about this, Josh, is all hardware is being affected. It's not like if you want to go game on a PC, like I want to buy a gaming PC instead, so I can avoid these high prices for consoles. You're still in the same. You're still running into the same problem. So everybody's in the same boat here, which is what makes it fascinating. Which means that somebody is going to come out the winner potentially. Where I guess what I mean by that is like, and Microsoft already kind of hinted at this. They're like, yeah, we have to come up with different business models like now, like right now. And you might start to see these companies start throwing shit at the wall. See what sticks, because may have no choice. But here's my idea for Sony. I think it's going to become clear for Sony that, listen, you evaluate the entire playing field, and ultimately you are coming from a place, right? Like the success of the PlayStation brand, it comes from a place of tradition. Not just for tradition's sake, but because it's always worked. And that tradition is we release a console and, we make games for it, of course, and we get strong third-party support. And that console comes in at an affordable price point where it's not too cheap. It's also not too expensive, $400 or $500, maybe $600, around that sweet spot. So it can appeal to the hardcore. It's, competent enough to feel like a very capable machine. But, we also get the casuals because they're not priced out. This is the history of the PlayStation brand. Every time you hear Sony brag about how profitable PlayStation is, it's based off of that model. So I have a proposal for Sony. Rich Rod uses his milestone chat, a member for 35 months. He says, update from Gothmog. He has landed in AOR. His team has scouted the grounds. The leader of Ugly Bots, led by Colt, one troop was injured, but is okay. Okay. Bro, straight. Rich, stop. Continuing on here. What was it? The rods of punishment? Stop. That's the rods of punishment. Here's what I think Sony's going to have to do. If they can't think of anything else, it's too risky to try to put the PlayStation ecosystem out there. Maybe Sony doesn't want to do that. Let's just assume Sony doesn't want to give up on hardware yet, because again, that's what got them where they are. They're going to have to make, probably for the PlayStation 6, I think the PS5 is done. So what I'm about to say will have to pertain to the PlayStation 6. Maybe not, though. On another hand, maybe not. But they're going to have to come out with an S model, a light model. Remember, I'm telling you this because if things stay the way they are, they will have no choice. That will be the only solution, and the greatest proof of that for Sony, like when they're saying a thing like, what can we do? What can we do? And somebody in the boardroom or in their meetings suggests, what if we just made like a much cheaper console? It'll be less powerful, less performative, but it will be like, we can just call it a PS5 or a PS6. And so we will have a box that people can buy that will be affordable. And I know that the first thing people come to is like, well, look at what happened with the Series S. And I get that. But this is like, we are in a different time right now. The Series S, it was made with the same intention of, we want to make a much cheaper box. I'm going to be honest with you. The Series S has been like vindicated, essentially, or validated, I should say. Unpredictably so. Kyle Say Stuff, you're saying, because Sony is missing the Asian market, which is why the Nintendo Switch 2 was successful. Big country like China don't buy console culture, but handheld is king there. Maybe they'll have a cheaper handheld, like a much cheaper handheld. Call it the PS6 Potato. Well, dude, the Series S was ahead of its time, bro. In all seriousness, though, you walk into a store today, family walks into a store, even it doesn't need to be a family, but if you're looking for a console and you want to play GTA 6, you're like kind of out of the loop, but you're like, oh my God, GTA 6 is coming out. Where can I go play it? It's like, well, you got a PS5. Let's assume the PS5 price goes up. Is that a crazy assumption? No, it's not. The PS5 price is going up, guys. Buckle up. It's like we're going to be looking at $800 PS5s very soon. All right. So buckle up. So you got an $800 PS5, $800 Series X, and then just sitting right there, you got a $500 Series S. Now, we all know the Series S is not great. It's kind of trash. Like, we're just being real. It's like, how's GTA 6 going to run on that thing? Horribly, probably. Like, it's just not going to be ideal. Locked at 30 frames, 900p or less. Sure. Michael, what's up, man? It's all good, dude. It's all good. Glad you're here. However, if the person's goal is, look, I'm kind of strapped for cash right now. I'm feeling the squeeze and the pinch like everybody else. I just want to be able to play this game. The Series S, quite literally, is their best option if the PS5 price goes up again. And I know that there are going to be people that are saying, wow, you're just throwing ifs out there, MBG. Like you're just assuming. But I want you to really think about this for a second. Sony is telling their investors right now, we're going to try to ramp down production of the PS5 because it's too expensive right now. It's too expensive right now. So we're ramping down production. Okay? If the demand continues to increase due to games like GTA 6, due to games like Wolverine going into this holiday season, Sony's going to raise the price. They're going to have no choice. They're going to have no choice. No, on Roadkill, I'm not saying the Series S isn't garbage for $500. It is. What I'm saying is this might be where everything settles, though. Like you have to understand, we are reaching a point where the best these console manufacturers can probably start to do for you if you're priced out is we can give you this garbage for $500. And I'm saying Sony might have no choice but to do that. I'm not saying it's ideal. None of this is ideal. But it's like, I want you to imagine this for a second. Sony comes out with the PlayStation 6. They had their PlayStation 6 reveal event. All right. And the PS6 looks awesome. Cutting edge, RDNA 5. All this good stuff. And at the end, when they show the console and they have their really nice trailer, animated real nice, and then they zoom out and they show two consoles next to each other. It's not a digital and a disc model. They're both digital models. They're both digital. One is just the PlayStation 6. I mean, honestly, if Sony could get real crazy with it and just call what was supposed to be the base PlayStation 6 a PlayStation 6 Pro. And then just the base PlayStation 6. Actually, that would make more sense for Sony. Be crazy. Everybody would know what's going on right now. But you could see why Sony would do that. But here's the point. The PlayStation 6 Pro is just the PS6 we're talking about now, the one that costs $1,000 to manufacture. And it's going to be like $1,100 or just $1,000 or something crazy like that. The PS6 regular S, to me, it would be like an S model. It's going to come in at $650, $700. And it's like, so what's it do? It's basically a fucking PS5. Actually, it's less than a PS5. I'm laughing, but guys, this is where we are if Sony plans to get through that. Like, you have to understand, I'm going to emphasize it again. 50% of all of Sony's revenue comes from PlayStation. PlayStation. Okay? Everything's on the line here. Like, half of their company is on the line, dude. No one give MVG a job. Okay, well, all right. Let's run another scenario then. All right, fine. I get it. I get it. They're like, ain't no way MVG's out here telling me they need to make a PS6 S. What's this guy talking about? Meanwhile, look at Nintendo. Look at how everybody's now looking at Nintendo and being like, listen, we may not like the fact that mostly all the games on the Switch 2 are going to be running at 30 frames, but look at that price point. Okay? We're getting to that point. We're getting to that point. This is my worst. Okay. Titus, stop it. You're telling me this is my worst take? All right, fine. I see how it is. I see how it is, guys. Almost. I love how it's almost as if there's one that's even worse out there. All right, let's run another scenario. Let's run another because y'all got it figured out. Me, MBG sounds like a whack job. I've been eating too many of those cat treats. Josh gets it. Josh has got my back. He's like, I got you, MBG. They just don't get it. All right, let's run another scenario. Because y'all got it figured out, right? Here's another scenario. Sony just says, you ready? Stick to the plan. That's right. Stick to the plan. We're going through with it no matter what. We're not making a series. We're not making a PS6 S. We're not doing some kind of mad scramble. We're making the PS6 exactly as it is, and we're going to price it at whatever we need to price it at to at least break even, or just a little bit of a loss on the top with every sold. Nothing. Maybe like a $25 loss, $50 loss, something like that. Something that we can easily make up. All right. Same thing with the handheld. So we got the handheld, we got the PlayStation 6. You want access into next gen with PlayStation. Stop it, Titus. Assuming the handheld is going to be, Sony isn't planning on taking a massive loss on the handheld. They're going to sell it at like a break-even point. You're probably looking at $800 handheld, maybe even like $700, but it's not going to be lower than that. Understand this. If that's what Sony does, their business model is over. Like, I just hope people know that. And I feel like not enough PlayStation players know that. Like, now there's a big if here. Hold on. If Sony's plan is we come in with these high prices with the assumption, this is the big one here, the assumption that, okay, we're 4 years into the gen. So it's like 2031. By 2031, things have not only stabilized, but actually, yeah, the AI market is satiated. No more data centers are being built. Very few are. Prices are starting to come down. Sony will be able to come out and say, we're dropping the price of the PS6 $200, $250. And you're going to start to see this big come down, not just with PlayStation, but across all hardware. That is a possibility, but based off of everything we just covered, it's not looking likely, guys. That outcome is not looking likely. That is like probably one of the lesser likely outcomes over the course of the upcoming PlayStation 6 generation. Yeah, or prices double again. It might even get worse some fucking how. I just think not enough people understand that PlayStation's success hinges. It's kind of like what New Soul 9 mentioned. PlayStation's business model hinges on being able to reach a large amount of people on the mass market. Can Sony reach that mass market through different vectors outside of the hardware? Sure. Is that what they're known for? No. Is that their expertise? Absolutely not. Are they basically going out there into uncharted territory? No pun intended. If they choose to do that, yes. Could it be disastrous for them? Absolutely. Do we view Sony as a little bit more of a conservative corporation that says we're going to stick to what we know? Yeah, unless Sony has some kind of major financing push, like they're going to partner with every possible company that does buy now, pay later, and they're going to aggressively push it and basically try to condition people to like, you're going to approach consoles like you do a phone plan now. There's a chance the market could accept that. But there is risk involved with that as well. I'm just trying to point out that if Sony is somehow able, I'm not saying there wouldn't be some downsides to it. There will be downsides to it. If Sony is somehow able to come out and say, yeah, we have like the main PlayStation 6 and it's like $1,100, $1,000. It's very, very expensive and premium. Yes, we have a handheld, also premium, $700-800. Then we have the PlayStation 6 Lite, and this shit's actually like $600, $500 even, maybe somehow. But that's the thing. In order for, and this is where you can see why Sony probably wouldn't do that just for the sake of development, because it's like, okay, you just gave a viable, affordable option to people to go from the PS5 to the PS6. And that would, trust me, if Sony came out, it doesn't matter. The fucking, Sony could come out with a PS6 that's literally a PS4 Pro inside. But because it's a new box with a PS6 on it, and people see a $500 price tag, they'll be like, oh my God, look at that, Sony just won. Because literally nothing else around them would be in that price range except for maybe the Switch 2. But then you look at like, okay, so like how are games going to run? They're going to run worse than they do on the Switch 2. It just, so I guess realistically it's almost, I guess it's not possible. The more I kind of dig into that option. Titus, before I read, well, let me read what you're saying first, Titus, and then I'll read what Rat says. Titus with a direct donation says, moral hazard, data centers built, have to make them pay, if not through inference. It's a way to rent compute back to every industry, including gaming. Hold on, Titus. I have to try to process what you just said because I feel like you're speaking in riddles. Data centers built, have to make them pay, if not through inference. Then there's a way to rent compute back to every industry. So are you basically saying like once these data centers are finished, like they're gonna basically like, I don't know if I fully understand what you're saying here, Titus. Are you almost like saying like the data centers, all this money, and you're saying inference is normal AI work, but local compute is too expensive, but they can rent cloud compute to us all for everything. Oh, okay. Oh, geez. So it almost sounds like what you're saying is it all kind of goes through that funnel of like, this is just going to be a way to ultimately move the masses over to like everything you interact with and engage with is going to be done through the cloud. Hardware, like actual hardware, is going to become, make that infrastructure pay. Well, my question with the data centers, because I haven't been paying too much attention to them. All I know is that apparently they are the major culprit in all of this. Is there some kind of endpoint with this? I mean, I just presume there is. I just presume that like at some point they're going to be built and they're going to be doing their thing, and the hunger for RAM, and but then again they're probably going to continue to try to improve them, right? build them more and more and more. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't think AI would be the thing. I have not heard of that, Titus. I'll look it up. Hold on. Jevons paradox is an economic theory stating that as technological progress improves the efficiency with which a resource is used, the total consumption of that resource increases rather than decreases. I've never heard of that theory before, actually, but that actually makes a lot of sense, and that seems to be where we are. That seems to be true. We're seeing it play out. Rat with a super chat says GTA 6 is selling 8-1 in PS5 versus Xbox. By the way, thoughts? I thought that was true. Apparently, that's not true. Apparently, that came from an IGN tracker. I didn't realize it came from IGN, and when I saw that, I'm like, oh yeah, okay, no. Like it wasn't official. There was no. It didn't come from like a source or anything. IGN was literally the source with their own data, and I'm like, no, thank you. So I mean, look, if you ask me, do I think more copies of GTA 6 are being pre-ordered on PlayStation than Xbox by quite a margin? My answer to that would be yeah. But then again, there's 94 million PS5s versus what, around 30 million, 35 million Xbox Series consoles. Kind of makes sense, you know what I mean? Plus, Sony has the marketing deal, so they're really pushing people. I think GTA 6 is going to do probably well on Xbox. It's going to do much better on PlayStation, but I don't know, man. It feels hard to even try to dunk on Xbox in any capacity because it's just like, dude, things are looking dire out here. Here, let me give me 1 second. I'm gotta get my chair real quick. Gonna sit down now. Okay. Alrighty. Kyle Say Stuff with a £5 chat says, problem is they keep building more. My chip brother example was uranium was worthless until we discovered the nuclear bomb. I really hope he was wrong. Yeah, I've talked to you guys. I don't want to get into an AI conversation, and I'm not going to, but I've talked to you guys extensively about my thoughts on AI, and I frankly think it's here to stay. You know, I don't think it's going anywhere. I think that if it wasn't going to stay, I think the bubble really would have burst by now. But it's here to stay, in my opinion. Will it? I'm not going to talk much more about it, though, because I start to go off the rails. Like, I have this vision in my head of where AI goes. And a lot of people don't like that vision, but I think it's going to turn out to be true at some point to a certain extent, maybe not completely. But I do think AI, I think the problems that we're starting to see, like right now we're talking about the problems it's presenting in the console space and, hardware manufacturers. These are, I think these problems are basically nothing compared to the problems we're going to see that humanity is going to come up against in the decades to come with AI. And no, I'm not saying like Terminator type stuff. No, I'm not going to be that dramatic about it. But I just mean like AI is going to change humanity entirely. It's already, we're in the beginning, we're in the infantile phases of that change taking place. And you can already feel the I don't know if profound is the right word, but you can feel the effects. You can't go anywhere or do anything now without AI being a part of your life. And we're in the earliest days, dude. So a couple decades from now, I think AI it's going to completely overhaul humanity as we know it. And when I say humanity, I guess I mean like all of our systems, governments, how things are run, how things are done. But there's going to be a really, really long, drawn out, awkward phase of like, kind of like what we're seeing now. Oh, you like the chair? I'm glad you like the chair. We're like, look at the problems that are presented right now in the games industry and notice how nobody has a solution. It's almost like we're not ready for this stuff. And I think that's basically just what I'm trying to say is we are progressing too quickly. We're getting ahead of ourselves. And I think AI, you look at the nature of AI, it just compounds. It gets better and better and better and more efficient at exponential rates. And meanwhile, we're just sitting here like, oh, wait, our entire system just broke. And we didn't even foresee this, let alone have some kind of solution to it. So quite literally, you're going to see corporations, industries, and people, ultimately, you're going to see people try to build the plane in the air, to try to find solutions to problems that we didn't even know were there, that we created ourselves through the vector of AI. I think we're seeing it right now. The solution is to have consumers with more discretionary income. That means giving it all back, what's been taken from the working class over 45 years. I mean, like a giant reset, perhaps. Yeah. Jimmy Mack with the $5 chat says Xbox is pausing third-party Game Pass deals as it's reviewing its broader business strategy. Oh, did they announce that? Let me see. I'm not seeing anything on it. Let me see. Xbox Game Pass third-party deals. I'm not seeing where are you Jimmy Mack, where did you get this? I'm not seeing this anywhere. Excuse me. God, man, I got to figure out what's causing this dizziness. Very annoying. Irfan, thank you. Hold on, Jimmy Mack. I think Irfan's got you. June 28th, 2026, being reported by Tech4Gamers. Xbox has reportedly suspended adding third-party games onto Game Pass, insider claims. Game Pass has failed to grow as well as Xbox leadership wanted, even after making it a core focus of its business strategy. Last year's 50% price hike also saw millions of gamers leaving the service, and the numbers are far from recovering despite the new price drop. Therefore, the future of the subscription service looks bleak. A new rumor mill now claims that Xbox has seemingly frozen current and planned contracts to bring more third-party game titles to Game Pass. Why it matters. Freezing contracts to bring more third-party titles to Game Pass would not only harm the service, but also the independent indie studios that rely on the subscription as their core strategy. If true, it's unclear how Game Pass would change in the future. According to known industry insider Ecstasis, haven't seen that name in a while, this controversial halt comes as Xbox recognizes its Game Pass and entire business strategy moving forward, or reorganizes it. I mean, supposedly multiple developers confirmed this tidbit at the B2B First Playable trade show in Italy. The signing of new third-party deals has been frozen for the time, with titles that were in early negotiations now also restricted from coming to Game Pass. It's unclear just exactly why this blockade or when this blockade will be lifted from Game Pass, as this move also threatens indie developers. I mean, I believe it. Honestly. I don't, you know, we'll have to see if this gets confirmed or not officially, but I believe it 100%. I mean, I think Xbox is very much in this place right now of expect literally anything from them. Like literally anything. They're clearly all over the place, man, and they're scrambling. They're scrambling because they have their own set of problems. I think it's particularly bad for the Xbox games division because they were already in a bad place before all this started happening, right? They don't have the level of fortification that PlayStation and Nintendo do. So I guess what I'm trying to say is like Xbox's chances of weathering the storm are much lower, unless they're willing to make great sacrifices. And the great sacrifices here would be stuff like this, like no more third-party deals on Game Pass. We can't waste money on that anymore. It's not working. Game Pass itself just isn't working. Game Pass hasn't been working. The console strategy isn't working. The only thing that seems to be working for Microsoft is, I would say, publishing, man, with their bigger games. That's about it. That's really like all they have going for them, truthfully. Oh, interesting. Irfan also just sent me from Gameverse on Twitter, says Insomniac's Venom is reportedly releasing in 2027. The source is Redacted Spider. I don't know who the source is. I post news and updates about all things Marvel, Spider-Man. Well, take that with a major grain of salt. I've never heard of this person in my life. But I believe that too. I believe Venom. Yeah, I think Insomniac's been working on Venom. Dizziness, the curse of Matt Booty. Yeah, I've been getting really dizzy the past couple days. It's like on and off, and nothing in particular seems to set it off. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's related to this problem with my neck. I don't think it is. That seems like a really strange, like they gave me a CT scan of my neck and my head. So I think if it was like pinching my spinal cord or something, they would have seen that. Meanwhile, there is like a virus going around right now. Family's been sick, so it probably has something to do with that. It's just annoying. The past couple months have been very annoying. Not going to lie. Very, very annoying. Trying to just push through. Microsoft could actually win this generation if they create something like the PS6, but subsidize it down to $700. Eat whatever it takes. They have the money if they wanted to. I think you're right, Titus. But I feel as though Microsoft, when they make decisions, they're trying to think like 10, 15, 20 years ahead of time. And I feel like, in order for them to greenlight something like that, the higher ups at Microsoft would truly have to believe in it. And I don't think they do. I don't think the higher ups at Microsoft believe in the console model. I think that, they're not willing to kill it outright because they understand that it kills Game Pass subscriptions. It would be too much blowback. But I really do think that, especially now with everything that's happening, they're like, because that's the irony though too, right? Is like Microsoft is part of this whole AI thing and this big push for AI and data centers and all this stuff. So I think that they're kind of partially to blame here. They're not innocent, and they're probably much more focused on that. They're like, listen, if we have to sacrifice hardware, and they've always been a software company, if we have to sacrifice hardware to make this AI thing work, then we'll absolutely do that. We'll gladly do that. I think Microsoft are concentrating on the PC side with Helix, different market. with it having Game Pass, Steam, and Epic Game Store. Small factor like Steam Machine, a lot more hardcore games. Could side with that. Well, kind of getting back to the Sony side of things here. I feel like over the last year and a half or so, we've been talking about PS6 versus Project Helix and all this stuff. I think that's out the window. I really do. I think that, you know, what Titus just said, like the idea that Microsoft could try to undercut Sony, maybe, but at what cost? You know, at what cost? They've already been subsidizing Xbox for 25 years. I really don't know that they're willing to take it much further. But PlayStation, man, I'm so curious to see what they do, man. It is. Jimmy Mac 88 says Xbox makes the majority of their money from the console. That is why they're doubling down and changing course. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Xbox as a brand, they don't make the majority of their money from selling the console, but they make it through the storefront. For the people who are buying stuff on the Xbox storefront through the console, who are subscribed to Game Pass, you know, and now they have Game Pass as a kind of, you know, they rolled Xbox Live into that now. So you are right about that. And I do think you are correct in that that's part of the reason they changed the course. You know, they changed the course because I think that they realized, you know, at the rate things are going, even though we're losing, you know, and we're not in a great place, we still need to continue to extract money from the 28 to 35 million Xbox customers, right? It's still a lot of people. New Soul 9, you're saying MBG noticed how AI is raising the hardware component, but simultaneously will reduce the cost of gaming development. Both PlayStation and Microsoft will take advantage. That is true, New Soul. That is true. As hardware suffers, as component prices soar, the proliferation of AI, the growth of AI, yes, it's absolutely, it is already having a profound impact on game development, and that will only continue. So it is really interesting to think. It is interesting to think that to Sony and Microsoft, there is a kind of upside here. I mean, I think, you know, PlayStation will always be a platform. Xbox will likely always be a platform too. Could these platforms, could they persist in a way where hardware truly, I mean, we already kind of see this with Microsoft a little bit. Like we have seen this, it's like hardware takes a back seat. That seemingly hurt Microsoft though. And there's no doubt that it would hurt Sony tremendously. It would hurt Sony tremendously. This is why I'm so fixated on, like, you're telling me it costs $1,000 to manufacture a PlayStation 6. $1,000. Like, how are we supposed to believe next gen isn't cooked? I mean, who was it that said this? Somebody said earlier in a super chat. Maybe it was Leo Jimmy. Somebody said it. They were like, if Sony comes out with $1,000 PlayStation 6, even if it's like $900, you may as well cut that down, like your sales prospects, to like 25 to 35 million. And I'm like, yeah, maybe even less. MBG, how are you? How's the pain today? Is it gone? I'm in a weird place, Tarnished, I'll be honest. Like right now, I feel kind of floaty. Not gonna lie. Like, I don't know if I seem out of it to you guys, but like, I got something going on, and I don't know what's causing it. Like, so you guys know I've had this seemingly a herniation. I'm assuming it's a herniation in my neck, right? I've had that for like 2 months now. I have days where it's like a lot better. I have days where it's worse. Past couple days, like I said, though, I've just been getting these weird, it's like something going on in my nervous system. Now, I was at the hospital a couple days ago and they did a bunch of tests on me. You know, they were like, yeah, I mean, this one doctor that I saw, this woman, she did a full blown like neurological test on me. Interestingly enough, she seemed to be having trouble with the reflexes in my arms. You know, when they take out the little hammer and they'll test your reflexes. She like was having trouble with my arms. She's like beating the shit out of my arms. She's like, I was lacking in reflexes there. So I don't know. Maybe I'm dying. Guess I'll find out eventually. I mean, we're all kind of dying, right? Sorry to be dark, but maybe it's a virus. I can't, Michael. I can't tell if you're being serious because, okay, no, you're not. Asha Contagia. Well, I mean, that's the thing, man. Like my family over the past week has been sick. Everybody in my family's been sick, and they've all had like different symptoms. And I'm just like, okay, I guess maybe my symptom is I'm just dizzy. I'm just having bouts of dizziness and vertigo. It's annoying as all hell. I mean, dude, I'm not trying to complain too much, but it's like I'm just sitting over here like, what the hell, bro? Like I'm just trying to live my life, but it could be worse. Could be worse. I'm aware. But thank you for asking, Tarnished. PlayStation Pete with a $5 super chat says 63% towards Doom: The Dark Ages Platinum. If the PlayStation 6 is $1,000 or more, will scalpers make money off of it? It's a good question, PlayStation P. I actually didn't really think about that. Yeah, you'll have to let me know when you platinum Doom. I mean, I want to say probably not, man. Probably not. Because I say that because, like, the reason why scalpers made so much money off the PS5 is because they couldn't be manufactured quick enough to satiate the demand. If the PS6 comes in at $1,000, my assumption is anybody who wants it's going to have no problem getting it. That's my assumption. Do I have an electrical feeling neuropathy? I have radiculopathy, bro. Yeah. Titus, oh, you're saying they were testing for nerve damage. Yeah, they made me do this thing, though. It was funny, Titus. Like, they made me do this thing where I had to, like, march in place with my eyes closed and my arms out. And apparently I passed all the tests, so I don't know. They ultimately, they were like, you're good. You can go. I'm like, all right. Well, that's good. Better than, because at first I was starting to get nervous. They're like, oh my, like, they're, I guess they had to make sure I wasn't stroking or something. So I was like getting real nervous. I'm like, oh shit. But I don't know, man. Weird times. Weird times. Very weird. Got to make it to GTA 6, bro. I can feel it closing in. Oh man. I'm so close. GTA 6 is so close. By the way, guys, do me a favor if you haven't already, if you are enjoying the stream and most of our discussion, please take a moment, hit that like button. All right, hit that like button. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to, Zone. You're saying, MBG, you might want to get a second opinion. You're probably right about that. Right now, I'm just telling myself that I'm only experiencing a little bit of dizziness and vertigo because I have like an ear infection or something, or there's like an inner ear thing. It has nothing to do with my neck. My neck is just its own thing that's been happening. Because you guys know, I've been sitting here almost daily talking to you guys, giving you updates. You guys know my neck has been messed up for like 2 months straight. At no point during any of my complaining did I tell you like, oh, I'm dizzy and experiencing vertigo. Not once. So it literally just came on suddenly. And I know you're not supposed to Google stuff. I know you're not supposed to play doctor, but if you Google just a sudden onset of dizziness and vertigo, literally the first thing it'll come up with is an inner ear infection. That's like the number one cause of just sudden vertigo and dizziness. And again, I look at that. I look at what's been going around my home. My son just had an ear infection. Literally, he had that confirmed and had to go on some antibiotics for it. So I'm like, it's off-putting. I'm not gonna lie. Let me tell you, it is very off-putting to just wake up and like I can't walk because I'm feeling I'm gonna fall over. Very off-putting. Makes me wonder though. I Googled it. The first thing that came up was a picture of MBG. See, Dillo. See what happens. This is why I say stay off Google. But anyway, I'll keep you guys updated. Obviously, I want to take care of myself. I don't want to deteriorate. I don't want to, I don't want to make anything worse. But I'm hoping. Like, here's my hope. A couple more weeks from now, if we could just push through mid to end July. See, now you can tell something's wrong. I'm just hoping that I'll be here streaming you guys. I'll be like, I'm fine now. Everything's good. My neck's okay. No dizziness. I'm all good. Either that or I'm going to be back here and be like, guys, it's not looking good. One or the other. One or the other. I know. That's what I'm saying, Michael. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I joke, but, obviously I want to take care of myself. Xbox did this to me. Think about it. Like, is it really a coincidence that within just like a week or two after the Xbox showcase, they go back to exclusives? Is it really a coincidence that I'm sitting here, I'm more messed up than ever? What'd they do to me, bro? What'd they do to me? You can't die yet, bud. We need you for the PS6 release. Thank you. So you sent me Irfan, you sent me a Twitter post from Synth Potato who says, I speak for everyone when I say we do not need a PlayStation 6. The PS5 generation only truly began in the last couple of years. We barely just now started to take advantage of these consoles. We do not need a $1,200 PS6. He speaks for everyone. Everyone. Don't you love Twitter? Twitter's the best. Could you imagine if I started my tweet saying I speak for everyone? I'm about to make that same tweet like I speak for everyone when I say Xbox sucks. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Lee Bull with a £5 chat says Kepler L2 plus Moore's Law is dead. Both speculated. Your earlier idea. Documentation suggests 3 SKUs. PS6 Canis, the PS6 Canis Home, $499 plus PS6 Canis Handheld dockable, $599 plus PS6 $799. Yeah, I've listened to Moore's Law is Dead numerous times. I can't speak for the Kepler side of things, but Moore's Law is Dead many times over said that if Sony wanted to, they could just take the APU of the handheld and make a lighter PS6 home console. The only problem with that, though, as I've stated before, is that if Sony does that, they might be messing things up. And what I mean by that is the handheld, we have yet to have confirmation that the upcoming PlayStation handheld is mandatory to support. Like, we have not heard from any of the leaked documentation or any insiders. None of them have said that it is a requirement to have your game run on both the home PlayStation 6 console and the handheld. From everything that's the thing. They have the low power mode, and our assumption is it's Sony's way of encouraging Like they're encouraging devs to scale down their game to work and optimize their game to work on the PlayStation handheld, but they're not. It's not like it's not actually a Series S situation. The Series S was a requirement, you know. If Sony does a cheaper PlayStation 6, a less powerful PlayStation 6, they take the APU of the handheld, they put it in a really cheap box. There it is, PlayStation 6 Lite or whatever. Then it is mandatory. Then devs will have to support that. It's no longer optional. But here's the question. Here's the question, though. If we are going into next gen, and we're all assuming the same thing, that being, well, every game's going to support PS5. Every game's going to be cross-gen. Every game. What game isn't going to be cross-gen? Suddenly, the idea of having a cheaper PS6, knowing that every game's already going to run on the PS5, doesn't really sound so bad. You know, you get what I'm saying? Where it's like, this game is getting scaled down either way. And that's a tough decision for Sony to make. That's a tough call. Because if Sony were, I would be convinced if Sony were to do a cheaper PlayStation 6 model, in my mind, that's them accepting that, well, you're not moving forward anytime soon. Like, I mean, anytime soon. I don't know. It's just such a strange predicament to be in, because I need to remind people that even cross-gen, I don't know. I mean, cross-gen will help Sony because they have a massive install base of over 93 million PS5s out there. But the PS5 currently is $650, and it's probably going to go up again. So even if you do a PlayStation 6 Lite or a cheaper PlayStation 6 console, I mean, how much cheaper is it really going to be? You know, like things are. If you were to ask me, okay, well, after all this, MBG, what do you think Sony's going to do? Everything we know right now, what do you think Sony's going to do? My best guess is I think they're going to push forward. Like, again, when I read this post, this guy named Synth Potato on Twitter, he says, I speak for everyone when I say we do not need a PlayStation 6. The PS5 gen only truly began in the last couple of years. We barely just now started to take advantage of these consoles. We do not need a $1,200 PS6. I feel like what a lot of people underestimate is, well, they overestimate. Like, this person says, I speak for everyone, we do not need a PS6. But what if, no one's considering this. No one's really considering the alternative. What if Sony said, now, even I don't say this, but it's just what if scenarios here. What if Sony did just push forward as if nothing happens? Like, yes, it's next gen. We're going to show off exclusives. We're going to have a handheld now, and it's all launching holiday 2027. And it's going to be much more expensive, but what if it's just fine? Not saying it's likely. But it's like, what if all the noise is wrong? What if all the assumptions are wrong? What if it turns out that, like, actually people are buying the PlayStation 6? I'm only saying this because, you know, this is how most of this gen has went. However, I'm going to shut myself down. You don't even have to worry about it. I already got you. Sorry. I'm going to shut myself down because check this out. You ready? PS5 and Xbox Series sales plummet to record lows in the US for May. Xbox apparently recorded its lowest ever sales in the month of May in the history of the Xbox brand. That was before the new price hike. However, PlayStation's not looking much better. PlayStation 5 sales were the PlayStation hardware sales in the US were the lowest in May since the year 2000. It's been 26 years, dude. So this right here is why I'm like, I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say here is like, I think we found our threshold, guys. I think Sony found their threshold where, you know, you increase the price of the PS5 by like $50. Okay. But then you increase it by like 100 and suddenly it's sitting at $650 and it's like, yeah, I don't know, but it is different though because it is the end of the generation. I mean, I don't know, man. I just have a bad feeling. I have a very bad feeling. I want to talk about something else here for a second, though. I want to talk about the elephant in the room. Just give me a second. Adjust myself here. We have a direct donation from Wallroar. Sorry, buddy. I'm a couple minutes late to it. You're saying, morning, MBG. Hope you're feeling better, dude. Well, thank you. I'm on and off. I'm having moments where I feel better and then moments where I'm feeling worse. You're saying, we need a gaming crash to reset. These prices are ridiculous. Time to sail the high seas. I mean, I just don't know what a reset looks like at this point, though. You know? I think we are going to see a reset because there's no other option. I just don't know what that looks like. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I mean, we speculate cloud gaming, you know? The AAA market definitely has a ceiling on it in terms of how many gamers / customers are out there, for sure. But now we're beginning to see, like, there's a ceiling within the ceiling. It's like, okay, here's the ceiling of how many hardcore gamers are out there. Here's the ceiling of how much they're willing to pay, you know, until they just start dropping like flies, seemingly. Just heard last night that even gaming with phones isn't growing. I mean, all right, well, let me talk about the elephant in the room because I'm sorry, I'm going blank, not blank, but it seems like I'm going blank because I'm thinking about, like, I just had this like idea, like, what if the reset for PlayStation? What if the reset for PlayStation is and it's impossible? Like, it's such a stupid idea because it's impossible, but it's just like this idea of, like, we're just PlayStation. No more numbered consoles. We're just going to have like 4 different boxes you can choose from and like 2 or 3 different handhelds. And that is the entirety of the platform. And the lowest priced box is going to be $400 or $500, $600, going all the way up to, like, you know, $1,500, $2,000. And then we're going to have 2 different handhelds. And the idea is, like, that is just the platform. I mean, it's basically, it sounds, it's not necessarily the PC method. Not necessarily. Because the difference here is I'm saying multiple boxes, multiple handhelds, but not like an overabundance. Like, I'm not saying like 50, like, slap a PlayStation logo on anything. No, I'm saying literally Sony makes like 3 to 4 bespoke boxes, right? That's but that's PlayStation. But I guess where the idea of the PC ecosystem comes in mind is it we're talking about scalability here. I guess I'm just saying, like, if Sony were to go in that direction, they would have to do it outside of the PC ecosystem. It creates tension because it's like, so wait, we're supposed to scale for 4 different boxes, but it kind of has the advantage, perhaps, maybe, of like, well, look at the PS5 Pro and the PlayStation 5. Devs don't seem to have any problem with that, you know? I don't know. I'm just throwing I'm just throwing stuff out there because it's like, dude, I don't know what Sony's gonna do. I don't know. Like, dude, I have been following PlayStation for quite some time, man. I've been following the console industry for like not my whole life, but for as long as I've been gaming. Granted, I've only been following it really closely and really intensely for the past like 12 to 15 years or so. But I mean, like, I legitimately am concerned that Sony, the threat to the PlayStation business model is the greatest it's ever been. Now, you as a consumer, I'm not saying like you have to worry if you're a consumer, but this is something that's it's wide reaching enough, like it's not just PlayStation, that you might want to be paying attention. Because, like, yeah, you're going to want to know if you're walking into $1,200 next-gen consoles. You're going to know if you're walking into $80, $90 next-gen games. New Soul 9 with a $5 chat says, I got good news. The Stop Killing Games Initiative Act got denied by the EU. On top of that, no physical disc for GTA 6. Hashtag normalize being a renter. I'm like, wait, that's good news, bro? I got good news. You ain't gonna own shit. Thank you, New Soul. Makwi Ninja, you're saying, I think the low cost to entry is going to be the Pro, where it'll play next-gen games, just not as well as PlayStation 6. Low cost PS6 not needed when the Pro exists. I'm not so sure about that, Makwi Ninja. I mean, the logic is there. Like, I'm following your logic because I would naturally assume the same thing. My understanding, though, is that somehow I think it has to do with different architecture, the size of components. My understanding is that it's actually, right now, it might actually be more expensive for Sony to produce a PS5 Pro than it is a PS6. And I think that has everything to do with the literal size of the components and the efficiency of them. Like, I know like the PlayStation Handheld is going to be like a 3 nanometer or something. So don't be surprised if you find out that it might be the opposite of what you're thinking, where don't be surprised if by the end of this year or before that, it would probably have to be at the end of this year, like Sony discontinues the PS5 Pro. Or either that or they're going to you know what? They may as well do it. Sony, find out, raise the price of the Pro to $1,100, see what happens. Do it. Just get it over with. Guys, by the way, make sure you're hitting that like button. We're sitting at 124 likes. Thank you for that. We're one away from 125. Let's see if we can push to get 150. Hitting the like button lets me know you enjoy the content, but also helps with YouTube's algorithm. So thank you so much for that. And like I said, if you want to support the channel directly, some of you guys are super chatting, direct donations, memberships, all that stuff helps and allows me to do what I do here. I'm going to have to start saving up for that PS6, guys. So, yeah, help me out. Help me out. I laugh, but man, it's probably going to be true, isn't it? All right, let's talk about the elephant in the room. We have to talk about this. The big thing that so many people are saying, the big thing that so many people are shouting, delay the PlayStation 6. Delay it. Delay it. We need to talk about this. I need to explain to people why a delay is... Look, I don't want to speak in definitive terms. because it's not fair to do that when I also say expect anything. However, I will try my best to explain to you guys why a delay is there's a 99% chance a delay is not going to happen. I'll actually go as far to say this. Now, this might be the most shocking. You thought I had a bad take earlier, Titus? Buckle up. I'm going to go as far to say Sony canceling the PlayStation 6 in its current form is more likely than a delay. That's right. That's right. I said it. Now keep it. Now I want to emphasize. I used the words in its current form. Buttery Cheeks with a $5 super chat says, MBG, I think Sony would have to showcase at least 2 banger Game of the Year tier exclusives for PS6 or exclusive PS6 games for people to get excited and be able to stomach the price. I mean, you're not wrong, Buttery Cheeks. I think you're on the right path with that line of thinking. If the price is as much as it seems like it's going to be, which is like we're looking at potentially a $1,000 PS6, I don't even think that would matter. You know? Like, I'll use Nintendo as an example. Imagine Nintendo shows a new 3D Mario, a new Zelda, you know, they got the Ocarina of Time remake, new Pokemon game, whatever. They show everything. A new Super Smash Bros. They let you know, hey, our console's $800, $900, $1,000. Doesn't matter. It's over. Like, you'll sell to your hardcore. After that, it's over. That's all you're selling. That's the only group you're going to sell to. Everybody else is going to be like, well, I guess I'm not playing. I'll have to wait till the prices go down. That's the fundamental problem we're looking at. This is why I talk, like, the erosion of the business model is the erosion and the removal of, I hate to use the word casual, because I don't really view people who buy consoles as casual, not in the year 2026, but like the core casual. Maybe is that the terminology I can use? The core casual. I feel like you have just the hardcore and then the core casual. I think the core casual makes up the vast majority of buyers of these consoles. You know? Yeah, that's why I say that. You're saying the real casual is like, they're more like mobile gaming and stuff like that. Like they're like a console isn't even really on their radar. So the core casual makes up the vast majority, you know, of console sales. Hardcore probably makes up for the most revenue by far, you know, like of just money spent, time spent. So it's very valuable, certainly, but that number is not nearly as large. The real problem with the situation that Sony is facing is, if everything we're hearing about the PlayStation 6 is true, it's like there's nothing here to appeal to the core casual. The core casual says we're staying on PS5. And there is, listen, I've floated this idea before. And I'm gonna float it over and over again, because I'm, especially now more than ever, I'm practically convinced that this is exactly what they're gonna do. I'm convinced that this is exactly what they're gonna do. I think Sony is going to have to bring the PlayStation 5 with them. And basically, I'm not saying they're going to explicitly state it like this. Like, they're not going to say, we're making the PS5 the PS6 S. But it's just the fact that you have 93 million of these things out there. You are looking down, you know, a reality where PS6 sales are going to be nowhere near PS5s. And your best bet is maybe years into the generation, everything calms down, you can drop the price of the PS6, do a soft relaunch, the whole 9 yards. They're probably just going to have to move the PS5 over with them to next gen. And it shouldn't be too difficult, because what did I say earlier? Pretty much every game is going to be cross-gen. So it's not like Sony, it's not like, I don't think there's going to be a collective sigh, is what I'm trying to say. Like, I remember with the transition to the PS4 and the PS5, there was like a collective sigh over the idea of, oh, like, leave last gen behind, man. Come on. We want to move forward. And there was a sigh at the idea of like, no, we're going to continue to release these games on PS4. I think it's going to be the opposite this time. I think people will be happy to hear that because they're like, yeah, I'm not upgrading anytime soon. I'm sticking with where I'm at. So, you know, there could be this potential awkward transitionary period. Well, that's the thing you're saying. So what's the point of the PS6? I think the PS6, there is a short-term win state for Sony, I suppose, if you want to call it that, a win state. It's a very short-term where, like, the PS6 is for the hardcore. Like, the PS6 is like, oh, you bought the PS5 Pro. Oh, you bought every accessory. You bought the PS Portal. You buy the exclusives. You buy a ton of games. This is for you. And yes, you're going to be paying a lot more. And so the win state for Sony is like they get that revenue. Because, like, think of it like this. Well, no, that doesn't even work that way either. I was going to say, like, oh, if the PS6 comes in at $1,000, that's like the equivalent of 2 PS5 sold. It's actually not. It's actually not, unfortunately for Sony. But I'm just saying, like, what Sony can basically do is just lean heavily on the PS5 market and the PS5 install base until things hopefully eventually correct themselves. I mean, there's a possibility that Sony could push through 3, maybe 4, maybe. I mean, 5 would be. I don't think they could do it for 5 years. It'd be really be pushing it. They can maybe push through that way, where it's like, yeah, we've accepted the PS6 is not. It's not doing PS4 or PS5 numbers. It can't, but it can make money, and we can still continue to sell all of our games and, you know, strengthen third party on the PS5. All the PS5s that are already out there. But I want to go back to something else I was talking about, because I was saying, guys, like, there's no way the PS6 gets delayed. I want to explain why. I think a lot of people don't understand why wouldn't Sony delay the PS6. There's something that needs to be understood here. Okay, the wheels are in motion. The train has already left the station. Sony may not be talking about it, and it, you know, we might not necessarily see the train and where it's headed, like, in front of us, right? But believe me when I tell you, the train has already left the station. So the PlayStation 6 is made. It's done. It's a done deal. The PlayStation 6 is done. Sony has 2 options. These are literally the only 2 options they have. Either push through with it, because it's already done, and do something with it, or cancel it. Canceling it probably makes no sense at this point because of the amount of money, time, and resource that went into it. People need to understand that what a delay really does. So, like, let's just say, hypothetically speaking, Sony says, we're delaying the PlayStation 6 release. It was originally supposed to be holiday 2027. We're delaying it to holiday 2028. Understand, you're getting specs that are now 1 year older. The console immediately becomes less next gen because the specs are already done. The console's already done. So in other words, Sony's just going to sit there with PlayStation 6s collecting dust, depreciating basically. And they would do that in the hope, in the collective hope that, okay, we will, if we delay it by 1 year, even though the specs are going to be less valuable and less next gen, and they're just 1 year older, there's a chance the market, the component crisis, all this is going to change. And it could change for the better. And if it changes for the better, it means we can launch the PS6 at a cheaper price than we would have if we launched it in holiday 2027. The problem with this is it is a literal coin flip. That's the problem. Because there's just as much of a chance that you delay it by a year, it's actually going to cost you even more because things actually got worse. And this is where you can begin to see that Sony is very much in this position where you either pull the trigger or you holster the gun and go back to the drawing board. There is no in between there. There is no, we're just going to sit there with the gun drawn, aiming and waiting for the right moment. Like, no, you can't. It's reached that point where you either take the shot or you holster the gun. It's one or the other. And let's talk about that for a second. What if Sony decides? What if things got so fucking bad, Sony canceled the PS6? Let's talk about that for a second. What would that look like? That would be... It's hard to imagine that not being disastrous. On one side, like there's like two sides to that. On one side, I think everybody would be like, hoorah! We don't need a PS6. We don't want a PS6. We're just going to stick with the PS5. Everybody will get what they want. People will feel happy because it's like, oh, Sony's going to extend the generation. The problem with that is, like, people need to understand, like, they're not just extending the generation, they're skipping a generation. If Sony were to cancel the PS6, they would have to basically accept that the numbers they would crunch, the simulations they would run, would have to be so fucking disastrous that literally canceling it is the better option. Canceling it and just extending the PS5 generation by like 5 more years or more would be the better alternative. But that means all of Mark Cerny's work gone. I'm going to say gone, but it's like shelved. All of the APUs that we already contracted to have, manufactured next year, we're just going to have them and we're going to do nothing with them. They're just going to sit there. It's not going to happen. Like, as I continue with this scenario, you can begin to really see like what that's not going to happen. People can say they don't want a PS6 all day, every day. It's still coming. You know what I think? I'm going to be honest with you guys. There are two types of people, as we established. There is the hardcore gamer in the console space, and there's the core casual gamer. You see a lot of people on the internet, Twitter, YouTube, Reddit, and they're all commenting. And they're all saying the same things. Delay it, don't want it, don't need it, not getting it. I'm going to go out on a limb and say none of you. I'm going to go out on a limb and say if you're in these places leaving comments on the internet and engaging in conversation with people on the internet, you're probably not a core casual. You're probably the hardcore gamer. You are the hardcore console / PC gamer, whatever. But you're the hardcore. because the core casual doesn't engage in this stuff. I almost get the sense that people are afraid of Sony going through with the PS6 because they're like, please don't make me buy this thing. Because I'll tell you right now, I'm telling you, I feel pretty damn sure that the majority of these posts you see from people where they're like, no one wants it, delay it, delay the PS6. It's like, I'm pretty sure you're going to have a PS6 pre-ordered. Like, I can't prove it, but I'm pretty fucking sure you're like going to be one of the first people to acquire a PlayStation 6. And they're all going to say the same thing. They're all going to say, they're like, I can't help myself. I always like to have the new hardware. I'm telling you, I think there's two groups of people here. The core casual, they're not even fucking thinking about a PS6. And if they see a PS6 next year that's $1,200, they're like, yeah, I'm good. I think everybody you see talking about the PS6 right now, we're all scared. They're like, Sony, don't do this to us, man. Please tell me I don't need a new console and that my PS5 is fine for another 5 years, bro. Don't do this to me. We have Perfect Image with a $2 direct donation. He says, MBG, your analysis is wrong for the PS6 because they're upgrading the SDKs and PSSR. So the PS6 will have pro features and the PS6 Pro will have better features. That's how it is. No, I agree. I mean, you're not wrong, but it all hinges on developers, Perfect Image. Right? Like, I mean, here's the question I have for you, Perfect Image, and everybody else. You're right about the SDKs. You're right about the new AMD/Sony software technology, Radiant cores and data compression, PSSR3, all that good stuff. Really, to me, it's going to come down to let's take a first-party PlayStation studio like Insomniac, like with Venom, or maybe Uncharted from Naughty Dog. And they're like, check out this PlayStation 6 game, you sons of bitches. And of course, it's going to look incredible. It's going to look incredible. It's like, oh my God, look at this. Look at this PS6 game. It looks incredible. My question is, what's going to be different about that game? Venom, Uncharted. What's going to be so vastly different that people look at it and are like, that's not even remotely possible on the PS5, bro. That is impossible. That's that PS6 only greatness right there. And I'm seriously asking that question. Because we know it's going to look better. We know it's going to look good. Very, very, very good. But I'm genuinely not sure what the PlayStation 6 development environment could facilitate that the current PS5/PS5 Pro environment cannot, other than higher frame rates, better ray tracing, better lighting, stuff like that. All great stuff. But nothing truly fundamentally game-changing as far as we're aware. Unless one of Sony's devs come out and they're like, so we created this living, breathing game world that has surpassed GTA 6, and we've been able to do it through the use of the new CPU combined with the latest, software technologies that are implemented into the PS6 SDK. And it's like, yes, our AI in this living, breathing open world is 10 times more sophisticated than what you get in GTA 6. I'm not like, that could be possible, but is that what we're going to get? Is any PlayStation studio working on something like that right now? But then there's AI. Then there's the AI angle. We know that AI is going to be a big part of these consoles, and we have no idea how it's going to be leveraged or utilized. So, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. If we look at GTA 6 as the upper limit currently of what can be achieved, Like GTA 6 is the true upper limit right now in 2026 of like, this is the as good as it gets, bro. Across the board. But it's running on a PS5. I mean, like, it's just I don't know. It's the way these things work. It's the natural slowdown, I guess, the diminishing returns. So I don't know. There's so much to unpack with Sony and next gen, man. All I can tell you is this: it wasn't supposed to be this way. You better believe. You better believe that 4 or 5 years ago, when work first began earnestly on PlayStation 6, Mark Cerny and his teams, Sony prepping, 6, 7 years from now, we're going to be done with the PS5 gen. We're going to move on. You better believe this whole pricing situation was not even remotely something they were thinking about. At least not to any real extent. Shortages, perhaps, things like that. But yeah, I don't know, man. We already have PCs more powerful than the PS6. Look at what they can do. That's true. Yeah, and that's true. And it is impressive stuff. But I don't know, man. Like, I think gamers are also a little bit different now, where people do want cutting edge stuff, but I don't know. I think that I think that's what makes the PS5 and the PS5 Pro such a strange place to be in, where it's like, this is really good though. Like I can start to understand and almost agree with, like, yeah, I don't know that we need a PS6. What is the craziest feature rumored for the PS6? Craziest? Well, I mean, there have been numerous patents that Sony's put out there for, I'd say, the DualSense 2 and what that could end up doing. Gimmicky, but it sounds like they're planning on doing some weird shit with that. The second thing is how they're going to integrate AI into the entire PlayStation 6 experience, ironically enough. Who else would rather have a $600 GameCube instead of a $600 Nintendo Switch 3 back compat with GameCube 1 games? Saying these delay discussions are wild? Well, what makes them wild, in your opinion? Oh, wow. Hold on, my chat. It's taking forever to catch up. Sure, it'll look better, but not likely enough to justify it. If you don't need a PS6, then don't buy one and shut the F up. There you go. It doesn't get any simpler than that. You don't want it, don't need it, don't buy it. Shut up. It will be back-to-back generations off to a rough start. COVID caused game release issues and stock shortages, and next we'll have more game console price issues. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it, but I'm also not at the same time. Like, I'm looking forward to it because I'm excited about the idea of seeing Sony come out with another console, new games, new features, all that stuff. I'm not necessarily looking forward to how, I don't know, like, if the pricing is as bad as it seems like it's going to be, like, oh man, it's going to be rough. Like, at least for, like, from my perspective, covering the PlayStation 6, it's going to be tough. People are going to be pissed. Like, that's the thing that I think I'm a little bit afraid of with Sony. Perfect Image, I did read your chat, by the way, and I did respond to it. But I think that's like something that Sony's got to worry about, where it's like, you know, we are at a point where no matter how amazing, like let's say next year there's a PS6 showcase, no matter how incredible it is, the moment it's revealed, like, yeah, this console is going to be $1,000, it's like, that's all that's going to matter. That's all that people are going to talk about. And it's going to be like, that's why when we talk about things Sony could do, what can Sony do to avoid having to put out a new box that has $1,000 price tag next to it, or even a $900 price tag next to it? And it's like, those options are becoming more and more severely limited by the day. Yeah, drop the $1,000 box, so be it. If it dies, it dies. Yeah, by the way, guys, keep hitting that like button. We're at 145 likes, 5 away from hitting 150. And like I said, if you want to support the channel, we are fan funded. Consider becoming a member, gifting memberships, super chats, direct donations. They all help. Can't do it without your support. We're sitting at 11 members. See if we can, get that number up. See if we hit 25. Feed the beast, perhaps, maybe. I don't know. Help me save up for my PlayStation 6. That's going to be $1,200. Really appreciate that. It's $2,000 in 2029. You think it'll be $2,000? I mean, I laugh, but who the hell knows? Bobby Means with a $5 super chat says, this is very similar to the PS1 and N64. People weren't sure what to get. You think so? I don't know that this is too similar, Bobby. You think so? See, the reason why I view it differently, will I help you get a PS6 if you become a member? Well, I can't promise that. You can enjoy the PS6 vicariously through me, though. Although you don't necessarily need to be a member to do that, but I digress. The reason why I don't see it similar to the PS1 and N64, though, is because I feel like the N60, like, that was competition. Right now, there isn't competition. There just isn't. Like, it seems like every console manufacturer is getting screwed in some way, shape, or form. And I know for as good as things are looking for Nintendo, like, it's coming for Nintendo, too. They did announce a price increase already, and things are getting a lot worse. And if it continues on the trajectory it is, Nintendo's also going to have to continue to increase the price. So even though they will come off as the more affordable, people will see what it's offering, and it's like, well, that's why it's more affordable. The whole idea of the console market, what makes the console market tick, what makes it work, is when they offer you a specific box with a specific set of specs, custom built at a set price point. It should all come together to make you feel like, for what you're getting at that price point, it's way worth it. Like, you shouldn't have to question that. That's been the strength of all these consoles throughout all of history, the console market, basically. It's supposed to feel like the price to performance ratio is either perfectly balanced or actually tipped more in favor of you're getting more bang for your buck. You're getting something that's actually punching slightly, or if not greatly, above its weight. And that just seemingly is what's being strangled and suffocated right now. Where, we can sit here and say, like, man, we maybe could say right now in this moment in time, the PS5 is the best value. Right? $650 when you look at the price to performance ratio compared to everything else. You might be able to say that, but it's like, okay, but what if Sony increases the price of the PS5 again in a month or 2 months from now? Well, then it's not that. Then that's not true anymore. So then what is it? Now it's just you're paying you're paying way more for. I don't want to say less, but for something that should be less. That was less just a couple years ago, significantly. I'm telling you, man, it's the craziest thing I've ever seen. I've seen so many people come out and they're like, "My God, I'm so glad I bought the PS5 when I did," or "I'm so glad I bought the PS5 Pro at launch. That $700 looks like a damn steal right now." And it's like, yeah, I'm seeing people say the same thing about Xboxes. It's just a matter of time till people are saying the same thing about the Switch 2. People are saying that about their PCs. I don't know where it goes from here, man. So if we try to look at this from a higher level, it's like, okay, well, what could the different business models be? I don't really like to talk. I mean, I do talk about that, but none of them sound good to me. Like, oh, we got to embrace the cloud streaming. It's like, who wants that? Nobody wants that. Get that out of here. What's interesting is that even though the N64 sold less, its biggest games laid the foundation of 3D game design and action adventure in the action adventure genre. Yeah, it's true. The N64, it wasn't the best selling console, but it really did a lot for game development, I would say. I agree. I remember when I had an N64. Wasn't my favorite console, but I had some good experiences with it. I'm gonna never forget my experience with Mario 64, and game freaked me out for some reason, man. I don't know. Just something about it. Just felt very eerie to me. I don't know why. Very dreamlike. Chriso, you're saying, I'm glad I bought the Pro at launch. For once my eagerness had paid off. Yeah, I mean, dude, what are the chances that people have that mindset with the PlayStation 6? It's like the PlayStation 6 comes out at $1,000. Hurry up. Buy yours now because it's only going to get more expensive. Sales tactic. So Sony's going to have to scare the shit out of you. I tried to play it, Venino. I was too young, though, at the time. Like, I didn't know what I was doing. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not into this. My cousin really liked it, though. He tried to get me into it, but I was just too stupid. I'm like, I was like, I just want to play Smash Bros, man. Like, I don't even know what this is. MEG just low-key called me Unk. My bad, bro. We have Perfect Image with another $2 direct donation. Thank you for that, buddy. He says, my answer to your question is that we will see the difference between FSR4 on the base and Pro using PSSR, and you can't conflict software with game development. I guess we'll see, right? I guess we'll see. You might be right about that. I mean, you probably will be right about that. I mean, that's the craziest thing about all of this too, Perfect Image, is that when we talk about the software-based technology that Sony and Mark Cerny and AMD are developing together, one of the biggest reasons they did that was so they wouldn't have to go so crazy with leaning on the raw hardware side of things. This is why Microsoft is in the worst bind. Microsoft is in the worst bind because if you look at Xbox's history, their history in the console space, especially with the, from the Xbox One X onward, was about like brute force. Like just put as much silicon as you can, biggest GPU, biggest APU. And unfortunately, this is why I think Helix, as much as we might think the PS6 is screwed, Helix is totally screwed. Helix is toast, man. We're like, I mean, in fact, it's so bad, I could see Microsoft canceling it and reworking it entirely. They may have no choice because they literally were like, we want the biggest APU in console history. I'm like, holy shit, you guys picked the absolute, like you just picked the death rattle for this thing. For you. You know how expensive that's going to be? I mean, we're talking about the PlayStation 6 bill of materials being $1,000, and that's with Sony trying to be super lean and efficient. Imagine how much a fucking box of just raw, like, we want a fucking, like, 68 compute unit, cutting edge GPU. I mean, it's cool in terms of, like, yeah, go all out with the power, but, like, price wise, oh my God. I feel like Asha Sharma has been low key trying to, like, hint, nudge, guys, we might have to cancel this shit and redo everything. We might have to have somebody else make a damn Xbox for us at this point because this ain't going to work. But, you know, maybe Microsoft will take a Surface approach where it's like it will come out. It'll be like $2,000. But it's like this is the first party Microsoft developed hardware. So it's the premium, cream of the crop. We have a Hero Culture with a $5 super chat. Thank you, buddy. He says, perhaps Sony would be in such trouble if they went day and date and didn't fund AI and game development so much. This outcome is what they deserve. Interesting. I mean, I guess, you might be right to a small extent, but I imagine from Sony's perspective, they probably look at it as, well, we can always do that if we have to. We can always go day and date if we have to, right? That's always a possibility. That's always on the table. They're leaving it on the table right now, but it hasn't necessarily gone anywhere. When it comes to AI and game development, I mean, I know people have a lot of consternation towards that, but it's everyone. I'm not saying that to defend Sony. I'm just being realistic. Is that it's like, you know, anything you say about, and I learned this with Microsoft because I said these things to Microsoft, and you know, when it was revealed they were doing a big heavy push in game AI development, I'm like, nah, dude, this ain't it. But then you find out, well, no, literally everybody's doing it. It's like, oh, okay, well, I guess that's that then. That was quick, but I get where you're coming from, Hero Culture, and maybe there's truth to that to a small extent. And we have Dark Saint dropping a £1 donation, and then Michael Werniff drops a $1 donation. Michael, I'm only good enough to drop $1 on you, MBG Werniff. Thank you, Michael. Thank you. I'm just kidding. Look who's got the platinum. Look who's got the platinum. Plus he's been dropping so many jewels I can't even keep count. It's damn jewels, man. And we have Delwyn Hype Man Jones. Delwyn Hype Boy. I don't know. He's the hype guy. Thank you so much, Delwyn. He drops a £20 super chat. And he says, some people need to stop believing the PS6 rumors out there. Sony/PlayStation themselves have already confirmed that they don't even know when they'll release their next-gen hardware. The end of the day, RAM AI is to blame for the price. Yeah, it is. You are right. You are, and you know what makes it what you're saying interesting, Delwyn? Somebody mentioned this earlier too. They're like, I think maybe it was Irfan who said this. The end of July is when Sony's doing their earnings again, and the chances of Sony being basically forced by their investors to say more, like, you gotta tell, like, for your own sake, for the sake of the investors not pulling out, you know, you need to tell them what your plan here is. What's your plan of action? Because you're not wrong. The RAM crisis being driven by the AI sector is 100% to blame here. Things were already, things were already looking concerning, I guess you could say. Things were already looking concerning. And everybody was kind of in this holding pattern of like, maybe it could get better, but it might get worse. The bubble going to pop. Everybody's just kind of like waiting and watching. And where we are now, it's like, oh no, it's definitely getting worse. Things are taking a turn for the worst. So now we have to just kind of, and that's the thing, is like Sony's in that same position. The train has left the station. Like I said, PS6 is a thing. APU contracts locked in. What Sony does with that, though, that's the only choice that's left to be made. And yeah, I'm there. Believe me when I tell you this, Delwyn, you already know this, but I'm sure most of you already know this too. Sony ain't saying shit until it's like, this is it. We either delay it now or we go through with our plan. They're going to push it as far back as they can in terms of like you're not going to see Sony come again unless they're pressured by their investors, where it's like, you got to say something. And, you know, even then they'll probably word it in some crazy PR way where it's like, what the hell did they even just say? But yeah, they're probably going to try to wait till, I mean, don't be surprised if they wait till like July or some shit of next year. We're like, okay, now we're going to announce the PS6, guys. So Delwyn, thank you so much for that very generous super chat, man. I really do appreciate that, buddy. Teddy's, you're saying I don't have the option anymore to drop those small players' faces as gifts. And Hero Culture with a $2 chat says, thanks for not being a dick in your response. Oh, you're welcome. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that you appreciated my response, bro. Thank you. I mean, yeah, when it comes to, like, it's interesting to think about how drastically Sony could try to change their business model. You know? The truth is, Sony has so many things that they've left on the table. I just think they're afraid to dive into any of them prematurely, I should say. You know, I think Sony might view going day and date on PC and even like trying to put PlayStation Plus into other places, all these different things. I think they view those truly as like break glass in case of emergency, because I've always told you guys that the only reason Sony would do that is if their current model begins to erode and fail. You know what? I want to say this too. I've been telling you guys all generation long with the PS5. There's been this kind of pattern, you know, for like 6 years straight, where it's like everybody's waiting, everybody's complaining about PlayStation, everybody's complaining about Sony. You know, a lot of it justified, a lot of it not. By that I mean just some of it being completely unfair. But a lot of, you know, Sony has made mistakes too. And it's absolutely necessary to hold them accountable. But I've always pointed out that, like, yet the data tells us something different. This entire generation, the data has been at odds with almost like public opinion, you know, or like what the internet has to say, the reactions from people. Except now. Up until this point, this is the first time, guys. Like, this is why, like, I don't want to say for sure, like, Sony's panicking. Like, I'm not saying they're panicking, but it's like, this is the first time where, going over the data from Circana, Sony had the worst month, the worst May since the year 2000. So they set a new record. And of course, it's like, well, what's the reason? Well, it's the price increases. Yeah. I don't think anybody's denying that. But the numbers don't lie, though. You know what I mean? In the same way that things were going so well, even in the face of so many people complaining and there being so much ire. I'm like, well, people are still buying, people are still spending, people are still supporting. This is the first time this gen where it's like, oh, okay. That's a big dip. That's a big dip right there. That just went down. This is where the rubber meets the road for Sony, where it's like, you can continue to turn to your investors and be like, who cares what anybody's saying? Look at how well we're doing. And, you know, people like me who are enjoying the generation, I can say, they're still doing fine. I'm still enjoying it mostly, you know. Now Sony's not going to be able to turn to the investors and say everything's going fine. Shit's about to get real, man. Not saying it's going to get bad, but it's getting real. Buttery Cheeks with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Buttery. Says, MBG, what do you expect to see at the next State of Play? Also, do you think Sony will show more of Horizon Concord's Gathering and Fair Games this year? The next, you know, it's interesting. I haven't really been thinking about the next State of Play, but I'm assuming the next State of Play will be in September. One of the things I feel certain about, like lock it in. Now that I've said that, it probably won't happen. God of War Lao Fei release date, specific release date. Jason Schreier just said maybe February, March. I'm like, oh shit. That's kind of crazy. That's really close. Intergalactic. I mean, it feels like the time's right for Intergalactic. We don't see Intergalactic this year. I mean, my tweet got over 1,000 replies, bro. Are you serious? Hold on, let me check this. Oh, wow. Okay, I was expecting this tweet to be engaging. I wasn't expecting it to be this engaging. I just simply asked the question, would you buy a $1,000 PlayStation 6? Oh, boy. Yeah, 1,000 replies in a couple of hours? Holy shit, I don't think I've ever gotten that. Let me go see what people are saying. The top reply with 44 likes is somebody just saying no. Not at all. Somebody cites a Push Square article that was written November 2020. PS5 scalpers are selling systems for $1,500 on eBay. This user says, you told Sony you'd buy a $1,000 console 6 years ago. See, that's... Like, come on, man. Surely people are not actually operating on that logic right now, right? Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess it does. Does it send that signal, though? You know what? The hell was in my mouth? Bro, what the hell was in my mouth? I said, you know what? It felt like I just swallowed a bug, bro. Oh, my God. You know what, though? It is true. I'm being attacked on multiple fronts right now. Do not appreciate this. Maybe there's truth to that, though. Like, think about it. Like, if you're Sony, that might be some of the most valuable data. But I'm telling you, it's not the same. It's not the same because if you go back, people were excited for the PS5. They were excited. People right now are not excited for the PS6. It's the opposite. So I don't... Somebody asked this question earlier. Who was it? Was Perfect Image? Somebody asked the question. They were like, do you think the PS6 is going to get scalped? And I'm like, no, I don't. As long as there isn't like a massive shortage, scarcity problem, you know? Gaming Survivor, thank you. If we hit our goal today, we hit 25 members. I'm paywalling the music. MBG remix coming in AI crash. I'll see where we are at the end of the stream, Gaming Survivor, and maybe we'll play it. That's just the ultra enthusiast FOMO sufferers. That's a hell of a title, man. That's a hell of a title to have. I am that, though. I am the ultra enthusiast FOMO sufferer. I've gotten better over time, though. As I've gotten older, I've gotten better. MBG, do you see PlayStation making a cloud streaming only console, basically a PS Portal, but without the remote play and just cloud streaming? Dude, if I'm Sony, I'm thinking, why the fuck wouldn't I do that right now? Like they already have the cloud infrastructure set up. So, I mean, we talked about this earlier with like an Amazon stick type thing, but no, it doesn't have to be that. It could just be like literally a small box. I'm not saying that's how people want to engage with this. But what I am saying is that if your only other option is I got to pay upwards of $700 minimum to gain access, maybe $150, $200 streaming box doesn't seem so bad at that point for some people. I could see Sony doing that. Sell a small streaming box, give it an Ethernet port, you know, put minimal hardware in it, put a DualSense in there. I'm not saying it's ideal, but it's like, I mean, that's a truly viable solution where Sony can put. God, people are gonna be so fucking pissed though. People are gonna be so mad about that. Like that thing is gonna get clowned on. But is it truly a bad idea considering that's what the portal already is? I think Sony was already setting this up. Because remember, with the portal, the way the portal used to work is you needed a PS5. Now, you just need PlayStation Plus. If you buy a portal, subscribe to PlayStation Plus Premium, you gain access to all, pretty much every game at that point is streamable. The entire library. That's a tough one, though, man. That's a tough one. Because at that point, I mean, it's like... I mean, are people really going to do that? Like, you're going to buy the cloud box, and then you're going to buy the games for $70, $80 a pop to then stream them. Well, I'll be honest, like I said, at the rate things are going, fucking A, if it's that or nothing for most people. Because you know, maybe the streaming box could be like an interim for people. It's like, I can't afford a $1,000 PS6. I could buy this, though. Well, no, like, see, that would have to be for the more core casual, even just the more casual in general. Because PS5 players are not going to buy that. Devil Shooter's like, I'll take nothing. Fuck streaming, bro. Said, I'll take nothing. You'll get nothing and you'll like it. Hold on, let me go check some of these replies though. Somebody says, fuck no, I'm not buying a PS6 for $1,000. Somebody left this response got 18 upvotes, but it actually seems like they put a real answer here. Not saying these other answers aren't real, but they put thought into it. This person says, I put so much money into the platform that it feels like I'd have to. But without games, that incentive is then no. Or without games that incentivize it, then no. I still can't access all my games on PS5. And sorry, I'm doing a horrible job reading this guy's reply. I can still access all of my games on PS5, and we know how bad Sony is fucking up making subversive crap I'm not interested in, plus investing into more live services. Besides that, I'm slowly building my library on PC. It may be more expensive up front to build a PC, but the savings you get are monumental are monumental. So that's going to be my main platform going forward. See, this is what Sony has to worry about, man, going into pricing that high. People really will start to look at PC as like, maybe that is the better option for them. Somebody says only $1,000. The PS5 Pro is already that much. It would be a miracle if the PS6 isn't $1,300 to $1,500. Somebody here says, I never paid over $500 for a console. I don't plan to unless it offers something like Xbox's next system, because then I'm not just paying for a console. I get a PC and a console. I can justify that more. It's like $500 for one and $500 for the other. PlayStation is just a console and has never offered the amount of value. Even the Pro isn't worth anywhere near $900. Interesting. Interesting, man. A lot of replies on this. I don't know. I do wonder how much of this actually translates to, like it will translate to real world results at the end of the day, you know? All right, guys. I'm going to give Clark here a couple treats. But just know We're supposed to hit 25 members. Oh my God, please don't attack me. Clark, I said I'm going to give you treats. Don't hurt me. Maybe he doesn't want treats. All right, we can wait a little bit longer. Clark's going to chill with me. No, don't do that. Well, Michael, you can do that if you want, I guess. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's just gonna get totally lost now. There's over 1,000 replies. I'm not gonna find anything you guys say, more than likely. But thank you guys. We hit over 150 likes on the stream. Continue to hit that like button if you haven't already. I want to see if by the time we're finished the stream, if we can get the likes up to 200. We should be able to do that. We have over 240 people here, which is great. Thank you guys for hanging with me. Like I said, consider dropping some support if you appreciate what I do here. I try to keep everything, sponsor free. You guys allow me to keep it purely fan funded. So thank you for all the support thus far. I need to switch my chat over, actually. I'm a gamer. Just makes me smile how people are talking about cloud gaming, but when Xbox was taking this route, everyone was taking the mic. I mean, I've always said this about Xbox, about Microsoft in general. It's a problem the company has. One of the reasons why Microsoft gets flack the way they do, it's timing. It's timing. Does boss not come downstairs anymore? I mean, he kind of doesn't, dude. Ever since I got Papa, him and Papa get along great. But Papa, I guess, Papa and Clark basically claim this as their domain now. Boss will still occasionally come in, though, if I incentivize him enough with the treats. But he's claimed my bedroom upstairs. There is a cat tower. There's another cat tower up there, too. But he likes to sleep on our bed. Can't believe, ever since we got this new comforter, he really loves it. So I think he just looks at coming down here as like, it's kind of a downgrade, But I've always said that the problem with Microsoft is its timing, man. Like, a lot of the things that Microsoft wanted to do end up coming to pass, but they're always just too early. Like them wanting to do cloud streaming, not a bad idea, but I think they got like overly aggressive with it. They just really needed to kind of put it on the back burner and just really treat it as truly, truly supplemental, which they do now. But I don't know. It's kind of like the Microsoft curse a lot of times. They're either too late or they're too soon. They have trouble getting the timing just right, it seems. A new cat. Yeah, I don't know if he's here now. There he is. You see him right there? He's so huge. He's a fucking monster. His name is Papa, for those who don't know. He was my late cousin's cat. After my cousin passed away, my aunt was taking care of him for a while, but she's got like really bad knees and stuff. So she was struggling and asked if I could take him. And I'm like, I already got 4 cats. Let's make it 5. He's a great cat though. He's a great cat. He's really nice. Him and Clark play now. Like they like roughhouse. And it's so funny, dude. It's so funny because Clark is so much smaller than him. But Clark's from the streets. So he doesn't give a shit. But Papa doesn't like hurt him. But it's just Clark will come at him like trying to attack him and Papa's just like It's funny, man. Papa's the best in my spirit animal. He's awesome. Yeah, I was like worried when I first took him in. I'm like, I hope he integrates well. But surprisingly, the only cat out of all my cats that Papa's afraid of is Leia. Leia's old. Leia's like geriatric at this point. But I don't know. For some reason, Leia, she doesn't like him. But he doesn't do anything. Papa's the most chill cat I've ever seen. He doesn't do anything, dude. He doesn't do anything. And Silent Spartan. He likes me talking about Papa. Silent Spartan comes in out of literally nowhere. Irfan in the chat is like, holy effing shit, bro. And he drops 50 member gifts. Well, hold on. I got to find which one was it? Is it this one? No, that's not the one. There it is. Silent Spartan comes in.
Unjustifiably in a position that I'd rather not be in, but the cream will rise to the top. Oh, yeah.
This is, I'm telling you, this is Sony coming in with the PS6.
In my moment of glory.
Did Mini Tom get one?
I'm living in a nightmare, and I am the cream. On balance, off balance, doesn't matter. I'm better than you are, yeah. I'm on my way, and nothing is gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me.
Silent Spartan coming in with 50 member gifts. I don't know if my chat froze. It doesn't look like it distributed all of them yet. Or maybe it did. Hold on. It may have. Unfortunately, it looks like, man, I don't know. Maybe Mini Tom, he's out of luck. Mini Tom still didn't get one, bro. Rip to Mini Tom. But yeah, once again, Silent Spartan, bro, thank you so much for that, man. Was not expecting that. He just took us up to 61 members on the day. So he took care of 2 goals for you there. So definitely going to have to break out the treats. No, I know Mini Tom has it activated. I know he does because he's gotten member gifts before. I don't know. There's like sometimes with people, they'll get member gifts like one after the other, and then it just like stops for like an extended period of time. It's almost like they get like pushed back to like the end of the line or something. And then given enough time, they get one again. So yeah, it's hard to say. I do wish YouTube would hopefully they will eventually integrate a feature where people will be able to, even if it's just like with single member gifts, choose who they want to give it to. But once again, man, got to give a big shout out to Silent Spartan. This guy, he comes in, that's what he does. He likes to drop 50 member gifts at a time onto the community. So big shout out to him for doing that. And this will be a good time for me to once again remind you this Saturday. I know it's a little bit from now, it's a whole week, but this Saturday, I'll just tell you what I'm going to do. I don't want to keep people in anticipation so that way they end up being disappointed. A new form of members content that I'm going to be experimenting with is gameplay commentary. Okay, so I'm just putting that out there now. It's just something I want to try. I don't know if you guys will like it. I don't know if it'll work or not, but you know, I just had this itch recently. I've been playing Pragmata, but I had this itch recently. I don't know why, to just play Dark Souls, the first Dark Souls, and I started playing it, and I don't know. I'm just getting like lost in it again. I'm like looking up lore videos again on YouTube. I'm really like getting sucked into it and going down that rabbit hole. And so, yeah, I'm going to do, it's not going to be live gameplay. That's the thing. It's the gameplay I'm trying to do. It should be pre-recorded, but, and somehow William is here. William says gameplay commentary for Legend of Dragoon. Maybe. If I try to make it a consistent thing that I keep up with. And here's the thing about the commentary, though. I want to make it super casual. So the idea is like, I'm just going to literally be talking to you guys, I don't know, for like 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour. And I'm just going to be talking. Could be talking about the game. Could be talking about what I had for dinner the night before. Could be talking about, you know, anything, the weather, or deep thoughts, whatever, you know. But I've never really done that before, and I thought, you know, that seems like it could make for some really good members content. It's not necessarily the content that I think is, you know, it's not what my channel's known for. My channel's known for news content, streaming content like this, talking about topics. Yeah, we could talk about meatballs, of course. Irfan, I don't know, man. It's like I'm too intimidated by it. That's the thing about a lot of these games. even something like The Legend of Dragoon, it's very intimidating to me. I have this problem with some games. It's because I struggle to learn new things sometimes. Like a lot of times with games, I struggle to like immediately dive into new games because I have this there's an intimidation factor. I'm like, how long is it going to take for this to click with me? And sometimes it clicks immediately. A lot of times, especially the more complex the game is, like it takes a while. Even with Pragmata, I think I'm literally at the very last section of Pragmata. And I've been struggling with it a little bit because not now, but it's one of those games where I'm like, it wasn't until I'd say probably 40 to 45% into the game, it finally clicked. Like I was trying to, like I was just feeling it. I was like, do I not like this game? Like I like the story. I like the dynamic between Hugh and Diana, and the world is cool, but I'm like, the gameplay, it's not clicking with me. But I kept pushing and I'm like, just keep sticking with it. It could be one of those games where it just takes a while. And I did. And again, I'm at the very end of it now, and I'm like, now I love it. Like I love the way it feels. And I'm like, again, there was that moment where it just locked into place, and I'm like, I get it. All too often is that the case for me with many games. Not all games, but many games. And it's worse as I get older too. So, these big mammoth RPG games, or even older RPGs, the older ones especially intimidate me. I don't know why. I'm just scared. I'm scared to play PS1 games, guys. But we'll see. I'm going to start out slow, though. I want to get into a groove. I want to see how it is. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't, but that's the content I'm going to try to put out for members starting this Saturday. I don't know if I'll be able to do it on a weekly basis. We'll see. Maybe I can. But between that and then when September rolls around, we'll bring back the next season of Morning with the Misses. And that should make for, I think, a pretty decent, robust, hopefully, content rollout for members, because I can't do it, man. No matter, even though I know most people probably don't care, it's like, bro, you don't even have to do members content. I know most people feel that way. I just can't do it. It just doesn't feel right. I'm like, there are paying members, there are people dropping member gifts. I try to look at it from like, if it was me, would I want to be a member of somebody's channel who's not offering members exclusive content of any kind? The answer is no. It's no. So I'm trying to just take the approach of like, what would I do? What would I expect? So we will see. But look forward to that this Saturday, guys. Okay. Irfan, calm down. Calm down, Irfan. I know. Crazy. They have another expansion coming out for that, though. Hold on. MBG, the game you should start with is one of your favorite games and go down the list. I want to see MBG play Metal Gear Solid. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like, a lot of times the mistake I make, Ray, when I'm thinking about different content to do, especially if it's like members content, is I overthink it. I end up putting too much thought. Like, it's something that's just supposed to be so simple and easy. I turn it into like this big thing. I make it a big deal, and it doesn't have to be that way. So that's why I was like, I didn't choose to play Dark Souls because I was like, oh, I could use this as content for my channel. Is the other way around. I just chose to play Dark Souls because I had this extreme itch to want to play Dark Souls for some reason. And as I'm playing it, I was just like, man, the memories this is bringing back. I was like, it'd be cool if I just recorded this and then just talk to you guys about it. Why not? People love that type of stuff. Very chill. So I was like, that's what I'll go for. If it works out as a good form of content in the future, maybe I could try to experiment with some different types of games. But what I will say, Ray, is Dark Souls is at the top of my list of favorite games of all time. I mean, I've often said that I'm if you ask me, like, what's your favorite game series of all time? I struggle to decide between Metal Gear Solid and Dark Souls. I usually end up saying Metal Gear Solid, but Dark Souls is, I mean, it feels almost like a tie. And they're very different games, which is so funny to me. They couldn't be more different, but they both hit in a way that I'm like, with Metal Gear Solid, I mean, obviously the gameplay's always been good. And especially when you get further into the series with MGS4 and the Phantom Pain, the gameplay becomes great. But really, it is the universe, the characters of Metal Gear Solid, you know, the insanity of it, but also how it walks this line of like absurdity, hilarity, but it evokes this intense emotion as well. And I'm like, there's nothing quite like it. But Dark Souls is so different in that, like, I don't know, I'm just playing through it right now and I'm like, just looking at these environments. And even though it was a game that came out in 2011 and you can see it aged, obviously, I'm looking at these environments and I'm like, I don't know that there's a game more atmospheric, in my opinion, than Dark Souls. Like, just because, like, when I first played Dark Souls, I'm like, I don't know anything that's going on here. But once I learned about how every environment, every area, every enemy, every character, everything here's got like extremely detailed lore and story behind it. And now I know a lot of that, and it changes your entire perspective of the game. But the gameplay of Dark Souls is incredible. Absolutely holds up. Absolutely. So, oh, hello, Luna. She must have known. She must have known. She's like, you're only good for one thing, MBG. Treats. All right. Luna's my favorite cat to pet. Gotta be honest. She doesn't let me pet her often, but she is definitely my favorite cat to pet because I don't know what it is about her fur. She's got like, her fur is like silk and it's fluffy. Just feels so nice. No offense to the other cats. I like petting you guys too. But, you know, if you know, you know. All right. MBG, I remember someone years ago kept telling you to play FF7 Remake until you finally did, and you ended up loving it. That's going to be me with The Witcher 3. I'm not letting this go. Yeah, I mean, you might be right. You know what's weird, Irfan, about Final Fantasy VII Remake? Is like, that is true. I forced myself to play it because I really didn't. It's not that I didn't want to, but people they're like, dude, you got to try it. Like, you'll probably like it. You might even love it. And I played the remake, and I'm like, I did love it. This was actually fantastic. I feel like I never did finish Rebirth. Rebirth, I feel like, started to lose me because one of the bigger disconnects between FF7 Remake and Rebirth was like, I thought I would like Rebirth being more open, but it turns out I didn't. And it made me realize, like, I truly liked the fact that FF7 Remake, the first one, was linear. There were like some of the towns you could kind of get lost in if you were. I remember having such a hard time reading the map. I'm like, where the fuck am I? But it was still very contained and very isolated. Yeah, whenever I do get around to playing Rebirth again, because I think I'm gonna want to play the third one to wrap it up. Because I got to get like into it again. You know, that's the thing. I completely fell out of it. I think I must have got like 40% of the way through, close to 50% for Rebirth. But I was just so put off at certain points where I'm like, I feel genuinely overwhelmed with this game. Like, I did just want to keep playing the story, but I kept feeling like there was this mentality in my, you know, you guys know how I am. I'm like, I got to platinum this. I got to platinum this. And once I started to see like, oh my God. Like, I also distinctly remember there were other games coming out. There was a game that came out almost immediately after or at around the same exact time that Rebirth did, that it completely stole my attention. And I kept saying like, yeah, I'm going to get back to Rebirth. I'm going to get back to it. And then I just never did. But, you know, at this point, they announced the third one. So don't be mad at me. This is why I don't talk about games. Irfan is enraged. Silent Spartan says, shame, MBG. Rebirth is incredible. Rich Rod says Final Fantasy is dead to him after becoming multi-plat. That's not toxic or anything, Rich. Definitely not. You're here for the right reasons, bro. Rich, you can't fool me. I know you got a super powerful gaming PC. Come on now. Come on. There's streamlined settings now that make Rebirth's Platinum a 1 out of 10. Really? A 1 out of 10? Yo, that's how they apologized. They felt so bad. They're like, we're so sorry. Here you go. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, they said, was it Final Fantasy Revelation, right? It's coming out in 2027, but they didn't say when. Interesting times ahead for gaming for me. Because right now, I want to finish Pragmata. I'm getting lost in Dark Souls. I want to play 007. By the way, I heard 007's Platinum Trophy is glitched because of collectibles. Can anybody here confirm that? Is that true? Did they say if they're going to patch it or not? Because that upsets me. After that, all I know is that starting at the end of August, starting with the Metal Gear Solid Collection Volume 2, it's over. It is over. So I'm basically trying to get a couple of these games done. And then I don't know how long, I don't know if it'll be mid-July, August. But all I do know is once Metal Gear Solid Collection 2 drops, I'm not going to be able to keep up with anything. And I'm going to be very sad. Playing The Witcher 3 with both of its expansions just before the new one will be the best item for you. Yeah, but Irfan, there's just too many other games, man. And I say that as I'm playing Dark Souls. Leave me alone. Let me play Dark Souls in peace. Irfan's like, I ain't let it go. PC is only for coordination with the war effort, MBG. Oh, my God. Rich, you're a Giants fan. He's a Giants fan, right? Shame. Just bought a 5090, and it's seriously amazing to game with. Spawn Point mentioned he got the Platinum a little while ago. Yeah, I remember that. Well, congrats on the 5090. I don't know when I'm going to upgrade my PC. Like, I don't want to until I have to. Because I don't use my PC for gaming. If I were to use my PC for gaming, it's a little bit outdated now. But when it comes to FF7 Rebirth's Platinum, all I remember, I've had multiple people come to my channel. I think it was Josh Z, PlayStation Pete, and I think maybe Titus. Not you, Titus Crow. The Titus Serger. I don't know how to say his last name, so I was just calling him Titus. I think these are, if I remember correctly, these are the three people who did Platinum Rebirth before they. Or Sparky Nuts. He says, bro, that Platinum put me into deep depression. So I guess it was Sparky Nuts as well. Yeah, and when I heard this, I'm like, I'm never going to even try. But it's interesting to me that they basically updated it to make it so that you can make it, I don't know, I guess, I don't know how they did it, but you can basically make it, somebody just said a 1 out of 10 difficulty to get the Platinum. I'm like, okay. I mean, maybe. Who knows? Maybe in the future, I will actually try to Platinum Rebirth. I did not Platinum FF7 Remake, though. I was going to try for it, but I'm like, nah, this is too much. See, I'm always in this weird space with games, man, where I want to Platinum them, But there are just times where I know, like, this is just going to make me miserable. I'm clearly, like, neurotic, right? Where there's a part of me that just wants to, like, I'm playing Pragmata right now. Play it, beat it. That's it. You played the game and you beat it. Playing Dark Souls Remastered right now, just play it and beat it. But there's just this tick in me, that's like, so you're not going to get the platinum, huh? And I'm like, no, I don't need the platinum. I just want to play games and beat them. And it's like, so you're just going to leave it unfinished? Huh. And I just start to get crazy where I'm like, well, no, I mean, I could probably platinum it. And I go and I look at the requirements. I'm like, oh. So it's very strange. I'm a weirdo, as you guys know. Considering getting a PC or an Xbox before the prices go up. I mean, it's not a bad idea, Mr. B. Everything is expensive right now, but yes, the prices are only going to go up. I mean, it really is at that point where, like, for as expensive as it is now, you're going to get your cheapest price now. One, update your PC until you actually start running into pain points. I upgraded mine because I want to live on the bleeding edge. Got to live on the bleeding edge. Oh, bleeding edge. Like that Ninja Theory game. Shout out to Ninja Theory. Apparently didn't get shut down yet. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, I just basically use my PC for work-oriented stuff, and I've used my PC for gaming like once. So I'm kind of in that boat where I don't want to upgrade it until I have to. My hope is at the rate things are going, I don't have to upgrade my PC for years to come. Now that I've said that, probably be having a goal next week to be able to afford my new PC because mine will explode. I probably do got to clean it out though. I've tried to take very good care of my PC. Every like 3 to 5 months, sometimes 6 months, I will clean it out, dust it, make sure everything is, running smooth. MBG was the reason you stopped playing Rebirth because you didn't want to platinum it. That's really an unhealthy relationship with trophies. No, it wasn't just that. I would never just stop playing a game because I can't platinum it. I do remember there were other games like coming out in very close proximity where I was feeling overwhelmed by Rebirth and I was struggling to get as deeply into it as I thought I was going to, and it just became too easy. That combined with the fact that I basically reconciled that I'm not platinuming this, it just made it easy for me to be like, I'm gonna move on to these other games. But I lied to myself. I told myself like I'm gonna go back and play it. I didn't go back and play it. I knew I was lying. I do that a lot. I lie to myself. Platinums are fun. They add to the game. They are. I mean, they're extremely satisfying. Getting a platinum in a game, in my opinion, is, I think, the most satisfying thing you can experience in gaming on PlayStation. Because it means you already got everything prior to platinuming it. You beat the game, you get as much out of it as you would just naturally playing it. But going for those trophies, I don't know, it's like a double reward in a sense where you get to experience all the other things that you otherwise maybe would have skipped over or just not even thought about. And then you get the reward of like, here's the platinum, here's the stamp basically saying like you did everything. You got 100%. It's never not rewarding. And that's why that's why I continue to want to go for them. But like I played Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight recently. I got about 50% of the trophies, and that was one of those instances where after I beat the game, there's all this extra stuff to do, so many collectibles, and I'm like, I'm good. Put a solid 25 hours into the game, 30 hours. Played it with my son for a while. He was really enjoying it. And that's it. It's like, this is good. I'm satisfied. I wish I could be like that with every game. I don't know why I can't be like that with every game. Kazjam with a super chat says, seeing as how current gen systems keep going up in price, how much do you think these systems will cost when the next gen releases? Well, we were talking all about that earlier, Kazjam, and unfortunately, at the rate things are going, it's looking unlikely the PS6 is going to be under $1,000, because right now it was leaked by Kepler L2, who's a very reliable insider. It's been leaked that the BOM, the bill of materials, this is not counting all the logistical side of things like packaging and shipping and all that stuff that Sony's going to have to get in order to release the PlayStation 6 to a mass market. Just to literally build the PlayStation 6, it's now $960. And it's expected to go up even more so in the coming months. So, we talked all about it. Project Helix is even more expensive or even more powerful, I mean to say, than the PS6. Talked about this earlier too. The APU inside of Project Helix is the biggest console APU ever made. So if the PlayStation 6 is nearly $1,000 just to build, Project Helix is likely significantly more expensive than that. It seems, as of right now, both of these consoles are coming in at $1,000 or well over $1,000 in the case of Helix. It's looking kind of spooky, man. Not gonna lie. It's, the hardcore who really want it will buy it, but I've been talking for the majority of the stream about basically what is Sony going to do. This is their business model. Their business model relies on reaching the mass market. William, you said MBG, you just got to mainline the main story in Rebirth. If you get burnt out on the open world activities, it's amazing, and Revelation is going to be peak. People are very hyped for Revelation. Do you guys think it's an L that Sony couldn't lock in Revelation as an exclusive, even because they did it for FF7 Remake and Rebirth? I mean, I think it's probably a smart move on both ends, because the problem with Rebirth is it was exclusive, but it struggled. So, I think Square just has to think of the overall health of the game, exclusivity aside. Wolverine's Platinum is going to be tasty. I'm an all or nothing type of person, guys. I can't exist in the middle. I always strive for balance in my life, but yet I can't be balanced. It's weird. If I tell myself, I'm not going for platinums anymore, then it means I'm just never going for platinums again. And that would mean, I'm not platinuming Wolverine. I'm not platinuming anything. I'm just playing games. The only way I would be able to get a platinum is if I accidentally platinum a game. I don't know why I'm like this, guys. I think I need to be medicated. I clearly need to be medicated. Oh, Kazjam, I'm sorry, bro. With your super chat, you were saying, no, I mean the current systems, PS5 and Series X. Well, yeah, the Series X just went up in price again, and it's now $800 for a disc model of the Series X. It's $500 for a Series S. I think they're going to continue to go up in price. I legitimately think we might see the Series console go up to $1,000 eventually. For the PlayStation 5, Sony is trying very, very hard right now to not go beyond the $650 price point. They're going to have no choice. From what I can tell, these prices for RAM and stuff are not going down anytime soon. I think Sony's going to be pushed to increase the price of the PS5 again. So to answer your question, by the time the next gen consoles come out, dude, we could very well be looking at the PS5 and Series X being close to $1,000 at the rate things are going. It's very unsettling. Bobby, you're saying, is the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 2, is that going to be on disc? As far as I'm aware, yes. Yeah, you can buy that physically, and the game will be on the disc. Spartan, you're saying I'll probably just wait for the PS6 Pro unless they have a Bloodborne remake ready to go on the PS6. Well, I was saying for the longest time, Bloodborne remake developed by Bluepoint, quite possibly the easiest win ever. Bluepoint no longer exists. Bloodborne apparently doesn't exist to Sony. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to happen. I think Sony might have a stronger lineup for the PS6 than we might think, though. I think games like Venom, I think there will be a new Uncharted. I think we could hear from Ben Studio. We could hear from Media Molecule. I mean, we do Fizzant from Kojima. Although I don't know how far out that is. It's an L, but they'd have to pay a lot of money to keep it off other platforms. Yeah, it's probably just not worth it talking about exclusivity for FF7 Revelation. It's probably not worth it for both parties. I mean, if it was, I think they'd still be doing it. Square, I'm telling you, man, Square was not happy. It takes two to tango, but Square seemed very, very displeased. They were like, hey, yo, what? Rebirth sold how many copies? But I think Square has, they have a set of problems all their own that I don't think Sony could necessarily solve their problems for them. Sony's got their own problems too. It's a hobby for affluent gamers. Now that's where we're heading. I mean, yeah, but like, I guess that wouldn't be like the worst thing in the world. Like, it is tough because it's just like you're either in or you're out. There's no middle ground. The haves and have-nots, I suppose. I just can't imagine Sony being okay with that. Like, I can't see Sony not offering some kind of viable solution for the tens of millions of core casuals that they've garnered over the years. But I don't know. I don't know what they're we'll find out. I mean, this time next year, we're going to have almost all of our answers. MVG, the PS6 will be more powerful and cheaper than the PS5 Pro. They won't release a console unless they can sell it to the mass consumer market. They really want to get people off the PS4. I mean, up until this point, I agreed with that, William. But here's why I don't agree with this now, though. And we talked all about this earlier. So I'm going to try not to be like too redundant. But it's like, if the PS6 it's clearly going to end up costing more than $1,000. How does Sony justifiably drop that price to like $800? How do they justifiably eat that cost for potentially years to come? I don't think they can. I don't think they do. Maybe for like 6 months to a year they could, but beyond that, it's like 2 years would be pushing it. 2 years, you're getting into the danger zone. Beyond 2 years, it's over. You're not making your money back. Unless you go crazy with price increases, across games and services and everything else. They can eat the cost by getting the PS4 players over to the new console because they aren't making money off the PS4 players. Maybe. I don't know, though, man. Those PS4 players paid $400 for their PS4s, $300 perhaps. I don't know if Sony comes out and they're like, here's $1,000 PS6. I don't know that that's going to make PS4 players leave, even if they're like, we're not supporting it anymore. I don't know. It's such a conundrum, dude. Hold on, Devil Shooter. Let me see. Huh. Well, let me look this up. This is Pirate Nation says Apple is reportedly begging for permission from the Trump administration to buy memory chips from Chinese company CXMT, despite the company being on a U.S. blacklist over alleged military ties. Apple sees CXMT as a cheaper option to control costs for future devices like, let me see. This is interesting. Sheesh. Yeah, it's getting bad. Apple sees CXMT as a cheaper option to control costs for future devices like the iPhone 18 lineup. The request has not been approved yet and is expected to face pushback from U.S. lawmakers over national security concerns. Oh, man. Bro, you know something ain't right out here when Apple's basically begging the president of the United States, like, can we please do business with China? For the love of all that is holy, we need to do business with China. Oh, man. Concerning times. Concerning times. It wouldn't be worth it to break the contracts in place they're launching next year one way or another. Yeah, that's kind of what I've determined as well. The way I put it is the train has already left the station. I mean, we talked about how like a 6-month to a 1-year delay, I think, was on the table. But I no longer think it's on the table because everything we've been reading, all these companies are coming out, Lenovo, Jeffries, and more. They're all saying like as time goes on, it's going to get worse. If it does improve, it's not going to be for like 5 to 7 years or beyond. So if anything, it might benefit Sony to try to move up the PS6 launch, dude. Like, oh man, I don't know. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Crazy situations out here, man. Yeah, here it is, The Verge. Apple wants permission to buy memory from a blacklisted Chinese supplier. God damn. Well, MBG, they will shut down the PS3 and PS4 store. Oh, you think they're going to shut down the PS4 store? And they will offer a deal where if you turn in your PS4 or PS5, you can get a PS6 cheaper. The HDD is holding PlayStation back. And they hate it. That's interesting. I mean, you start to wonder what type of deal Sony could do for trade-in programs. I'd love to be a fly on the wall at Sony HQ with these meetings they're having, man. I don't think they're shutting down the PS4 store. I mean, dude, look at how long the PS3 store is still going. People lost their mind when Sony wanted to shut down the PS3 store at the beginning of the PS5 gen. Could you imagine if they're like, we're shutting down the PS4 store too? Could you imagine that? I mean, like, look, I'm optimistic about PlayStation in all areas regarding next gen except pricing. And I feel like pricing is the bottom line for 99% of people, or maybe not 99%, but like 80% of people. Pricing is the bottom line. I think Sony could have the greatest PlayStation 6 showcase ever, the greatest lineup of games, incredible second and third party support. They could do everything right. And then the price is like, yeah, it's gonna be like $900 to $1,000. We have a handheld, it's gonna be like $700 to $800. And I think for like 20 to 25% of people, the hardcore like us, it's like maybe not even everybody here, but just some of us were like, oh hell yeah, I'll save up. I want this. This is important. I want this. For everybody else, though, I think they're gonna just see those prices and they're like, I like what you're showing me, but I don't think so. I don't think so, man. You know, like I mean, this is where we have to really ask the question, is Sony going to go in with true PlayStation 6 exclusives? Are they going to come in here and be like, we know you're not going to like the price, so we're going to show you a bunch of PS6 exclusives that literally you can only play on this device? I feel like that's risky. That's risky for the studios. The backlash could be intense. I don't know. We have Delwyn with another 20-pound super chat. Delwyn Hype Man Jones coming in again. Thank you so much for that, man. Appreciate all the support today, guys. By the way, if you haven't, make sure you hit that like button. We're just about to hit 180 likes. My goal was to try to get to 200 likes by the time we get to the end of the stream. We're well on our way. We're 21 likes away, so thank you for that, guys. Delwyn says, what are your thoughts on GTA 6 this week? Marketing with PlayStation blowing me away. My God, I'm hyped for it, but not coming with a real physical disc is a disappointment, man. Hopefully later after launch, maybe saving up for the PS6 disc. You're not the first person to mention that. There seems to be quite a few people who believe that the actual proper disc version of GTA 6 is going to be a next-gen exclusive. I could see it. My thoughts on the GTA 6 situation. Well, first and foremost, I'm extremely excited. GTA 6 is one of these games where it has created a little bit of a divide, not a massive divide, but at least on the internet from what I can see, where it's like there are people who are... GTA 6, in my opinion, is the product that is finally bringing people to their knees. I hate to say that. Where, like, I feel like we're seeing this kind of awkward situation arise that I think a lot of us have experienced this throughout this generation so far. But it's like Rockstar knows what they have, and they're going to use it against you. And you, as the consumer, are going to have to make a choice. And it's going to be clear cut. You're either in or you're out. And I've noticed that there were I've seen a couple of videos recently of people who are clearly big Rockstar fans, fans of Grand Theft Auto, fans of gaming, and they're criticizing Rockstar. And I'm like, nothing wrong with that. The points that they're criticizing Rockstar for, I'd probably as well. No physical disc, locking off certain content behind $100 version, stuff like that. It's like, yeah, it sucks. The thing about it though is like, but you're gonna buy the game, and the vast majority of the people watching this video are gonna buy the game. And ultimately, everything that's being said here, it is, I don't know if performative is the right word, but it may as well be performative, because it's like Rockstar drew the line. You're either in or you're out. And I think what a lot of people want to do right now is they really want to posture themselves where it's like, I'm not okay with this. I'm not in. But at the end of the day, it's like, yes, you are. You know you are. Rockstar knows what they have. You know what they have. And you're not letting it slip through your fingers. You're not walking away from it. I know that sounds like a bit, again, it comes off as defeatist, but it's like, this is just kind of where we are, So my mentality towards GTA 6, I've been dealing with being called a bootlicker and a shill and all this stuff for years now. Nothing's stopping me from playing GTA 6. Well, unless I, don't make it to the release of GTA 6 for some reason. That's the only thing that's going to stop me. But in terms of like them not having a proper physical version, the $100 version, it being $80, I'm not, I would sit here and tell you guys, I don't condone that. I don't like that they're doing that, but I'm going to buy it. So there's no reason for me to say that. They're telling me this is what we're doing. Either buy it or don't, and I'm saying I'm buying. So anything else I could add in the middle there is just pointless noise. Unless I sit here and I tell you I'm not buying this game, I'm boycotting this game, and I'm going to suggest everybody do that too. But I'm not. I'm extremely excited for GTA 6. I think GTA 6 is going to push the limit. I think it's going to melt Xbox Series S consoles, bro. Like, I think this game is really going to be something truly special. GTA 6 is the first time it's the first time in I don't even know how long, man, where like I'm approaching a game with the type of excitement that I don't think I've experienced since I was like a teenager, And I'm not trying to like overhype it or overglaze it or anything, but it's just, I just really feel that way genuinely. And there haven't been too many times in my gaming life where I've hyped up a game and had such a high expectation for a game to then actually somehow that game surpassed that expectation. It's been a few select times that's happened in my life. And I feel with GTA 6 that's going to be the case. Where it's like, even for as high as my expectations are, somehow by the time I'm done like playing it, it's like it surpassed even my highest expectations. So I guess that's why I feel totally okay and at peace with just like, okay, yeah, I'll pay $80 for a digital version. I do hope eventually we get a proper physical, but in this case, I'm not going to front. I'm not going to pretend. I want to enjoy the game. That's it. And I'll pay to enjoy it. That's it. That's it. We have a direct donation from World's Greatest Detective. Thank you for that, buddy. He says, I'll buy a PS6 for $1,200 if it'll support ongoing physical discs. I want premium quality and performance, but I also want physical discs. Stay healthy, MBG. Well, thank you. I'm trying my best. Yeah, I'm right there with you, man. The only thing I will say, and this pertains to what you're saying, World's Greatest Detective, and also what Delwyn super chatted about. Some people believe that Rockstar not offering a proper physical disc version of GTA 6 is now setting a precedent that other publishers are going to follow. I'm not completely convinced of that, but I am a little bit trepidatious where I'm like, I could definitely see other publishers looking at this and be like, well, it's not so much that if they can do it, we can do it too. It's more along the lines of if they're doing it, then, this like now is the time to get on board with that and do it too. But then again, if you guys saw, check this out. If I go to Insomniac Games, their official Twitter, where's that here? They answered a lot of. Here we go. Look at this. Somebody says, in regards to Wolverine, looks like a great game. Will this game be physical or code in the box? Insomniac replies by saying the physical version will include a disc in the box. Get this, though. That reply generated 2.4 million views and 48,000 likes. That singular reply. So I do think that this is more along the lines of a situation where hopefully video game publishers realize that GTA can do this and get away with it. You're not GTA. You don't have GTA. You're not Rockstar. Okay? I do think that people, even if it's subconsciously, they kind of expected this from Rockstar. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody knows, whether you're excited for GTA 6 or not, everybody knows this is a different game. This is a different situation. It's not usual. It's very unusual. It's kind of an anomaly. And hopefully publishers understand that as well, where they realize that like the chances of you also being that anomaly are extraordinarily low. So maybe don't F around and find out. You know what I'm saying? MBG, you are the reason why corporations are greedy by paying $100 to unlock the game. Wait, didn't you say you pre-ordered it, Tarnished? $100 to unlock game content that should be in the base game is you rewarding their greed. Donate to my Patreon and make sure to like and subscribe. Oh, I see. I mean, we're all just victims of the system, right? At the end of the day. Right? I know exactly where you're coming from. I see stuff like that too. Nothing drives me more insane than when I see people like, it doesn't drive me insane, but it always makes me like smile a little bit and I laugh a little bit because it's like I'm watching like these super dead serious YouTube videos and it's getting ready to tell me like there's something really wrong with the system. There's something really wrong with the way things are today. But before we proceed, a word from today's sponsor, and I'm like, what is going on? Like it just feels so jarring because it really makes me, it takes me out and makes me feel like, what's even real anymore, dude? You know what I mean? No disrespect to anybody or anything like that. I don't know, man. I not to get overly philosophical about it and not to get too deep in general about it, but like, I just get this sense a lot of times that almost everything that I'm watching and listening to and all of it's like everywhere, you know, videos, TikToks, shorts, Reddit posts, comments, you know, tweets, everything, man. And it all comes down, it's like everybody continues to posture themselves like they're on some kind of moral high ground. And it's tricky, you know, we're getting into a gray area of life. And I'm not extending this beyond video games because then it just gets really hairy and really messy. But just talking about video games, and it's like consumerism actually is what I'll keep it to. When we talk about consumerism, it's like, I guarantee you're guilty. I promise you're guilty. Maybe not with video games. Maybe you approach gaming as like, I have a standard, I have a code that I adhere to. But let's look at your consumerism holistically. I guarantee you, we could find many things where it's like, oh, you are very guilty. You are not innocent. I really believe that the only people, and I'm not blaming people either. I just think it's a matter of awareness and understanding where you stand within the system of like, you can pick and choose all you want if that makes you feel good, but understand that's what you're doing, because the only person who's truly righteous in the field of consumerism is the person who's not consuming. How many of those people are there? I'll tell you what, the person who's not consuming probably isn't really on the internet either. And you're probably wondering, like, well, what do I mean by this? How far does this go? Well, it's like, you're using an iPhone? That message you just typed to demean another person because it's like, oh, you're doing this or you're doing that or whatever. You're just, maybe you're not demeaning somebody, but you watched a video and this video convinced you, like, man, everything's so broken in the games industry and blah, blah, blah. And then you type a comment. You're like, yeah, everything's doomed, man. This sucks. I'll never do this or never do that. But it's like, did you type that on your iPhone? You did? You're part of the problem. It's okay. So am I. Everybody is. But understand that. Understand that. You know? Like, it's hard. It's almost impossible. And again, it's like, oh, so like what? Now it's my fault because I buy an iPhone? It's like, well, no, the system is set up that way. Where of course you buy an iPhone. Why wouldn't you? You would have to go out of your way to not buy an iPhone. But do you understand your place within the system? Do you understand the system and how it works around you? You understand these things. You understand that almost nobody is truly innocent. I mean, pretty much generally, nobody's truly innocent. So I'm not trying to discourage people from picking and choosing. I think you should. It's good to try to have some standards and create some kind of morality behind what you're doing and look at it through that lens. But sometimes I think people become egotistical about it and they don't realize that, like, you know, this holier than thou type thing you're doing, you're not actually that, you know? Make your own decisions. Feel how you want to feel about them, but humble yourself a little bit too and realize in the bigger picture of it all, you're just another cog in the system, you know? You're just another cog. I have another direct donation from World's Greatest Detective. Thank you for that, buddy. He says, I'm with you. We can forgive only GTA, but I'm sure it'll have a physical release. Others can forget it. Otherwise, just get a PC and pirate everything. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. To a lot of people, that's the answer. It's like, you know, if buying isn't owning, then pirating isn't stealing, you know, and stuff like that. And it's all just a complex mess at the end of the day. And I don't know, man. All I can really tell people, the only advice I can really give people, because it's the only advice I can give myself, is do the best you can. You know, we're all limited. We don't know if we asked to be here or not, but we are limited. And so much is out of our control. Just try to be cognizant of the bigger picture. As cognizant as you can be. And as long as you can do that, I think you'll be okay. It's easier to not take things so seriously. It's also easier to, like I said, remain a little bit more humble, because that humility, I don't know. I know I'm getting a little bit deeper here, but like humility, I think, might be the most important thing that too many people are lacking. Because with humility, it naturally, it can make it easier to be sympathetic and empathetic, but humility, more than anything, from what I can tell, allows you to interact with people, whether that be in real life or even, you know, on the internet or just in general, to socialize in a way where your understanding of the fact that you're not necessarily better, you know, like you're not better than anybody per se. Like we're all just kind of people. Again, it doesn't mean to not have any standards. It doesn't mean, you know, that might not even be true all the time. You know, like, oh, you know, this guy, this guy, you know, it's like, it's like you see this with gamers all the time. It's like, I'm better than the person who's doing nothing but playing Call of Duty, buying battle passes and microtransactions and playing Fortnite and buying skins. I'm better than that person. And it's like, probably not. You're just different. What are you buying? What are you spending your money on? But that's the thing, is like, you know, there's like always there's always the elitism. I am getting too philosophical about it, but we see it every day. You know, we see it every day. And I don't know, man. Like I said, just do the best you can. MBG, you can use that iPhone to raise awareness and try to fix things as best you can. I'm trying to get the $100 GTA 6 Ultimate Edition to let people know how bad it is. Like and subscribe. Isn't that funny how that works, though? I mean, you're technically not wrong about that. You're technically not wrong, right? Like, can you take the thing that may have a negative aura and energy behind it and transform it for something good? I'm telling you, it's the complexity of life, man. Don't see, this is what happened. Now we're overthinking it. It's hard, man. I mean, God, so much of the world makes me just get like, I feel, I've told you guys I've been watching Married with Children, and I don't know how many of you guys know the show Married with Children. It's kind of older at this point, but there's so many things that the main character Al Bundy says about like life and the world and society and stuff. I'm like, man, I used to watch the show when I was younger, and I thought it was funny, but I didn't like really get it. Watching it as I'm older now, I'm like, I totally get it now. Great show, by the way. Great show. Just finished Ghost of Yotei, had a blast. Happy to hear that. Yeah, Ghost of Yotei was fun. It's a fun game. I will stand on that elitist hill. Well, be careful. Be careful how much you feed the ego, because the ego will be stripped from you eventually, no matter what. Remember that. It will always be stripped of you. your pride. You ever hear the saying, life will have its way with your pride? One thing I hate when YouTubers do is when they say they had to buy something for their channel instead of just admitting they want it. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, man. Like when we talk about the PlayStation 6, I'll straight up tell you, like, I want a PS6. I definitely don't want to pay $1,000 for a PS6. I'm gonna be honest. I was talking to Mrs. MEG about this earlier. I'm like, dude, I am genuinely not sure how I would be able to make that work without it causing some kind. I mean, I don't know where I'll be at that point, financially in my life, but that's a lot even for me, and I'm not like made of money. I'm far from it. I got my own problems, but it's like, that's a tough one. And I'm somebody who literally has quite literally, I have the singular greatest reason that anybody could have to buy $1,000 PS6. And even I'm like, God damn, Sony. Come on now. I don't know, man. Sony's got to know, right? Like, they do know. They're not stupid. Like, they know we put out $1,000 box. Shit's going to tank. We'll get upfront sales, but it's going to tank. Maybe. I mean, that would be cool. I would take advantage of that. If Sony comes out and they're like, yeah, it's $900 or it's $1,000, but they offer like a really solid trade-in program for the Pro where they're like, we'll give you $400 for your Pro or something like that. I'd be like, okay, hell yeah. I would be all over that. And maybe that's how they could help it make it work. William was saying that earlier. He's like, maybe they'll let you trade in your PS4s and your PS5s. That'd be good. I would definitely take advantage of that. Corruption is basically legal now. So in many ways, money can promise. Oh, damn. You guys are really getting deep into it. Yeah. Rich Rod, why are you screaming war alert in my chat? Oh. Guys, listen, we're probably going to be wrapping this stream up in the next 5, maybe 10 minutes or so. So we're at 192 likes. Do me a big favor. We need 8 more likes. Can we get 8 more likes and hit 200? I think we're going to do it. I think we're going to hit the goal of hitting 200 likes before the stream wraps up. So thank you guys for that. And if you want to drop any more support, any more memberships, any more super chats, direct donations, now would be the time to do it. I will play Gaming Survivor song as well in a little bit. I said we would do that if we hit our goal, and we did. Really appreciate you guys hanging out with me today. Yeah, just been feeling kind of strange lately. I'm having this weird. I'm hoping it's just the virus, man. We'll find out. We'll find out in the next week or so. I just had these random bouts of like dizziness. Heart start, like I don't know, like feel my nervous system acting weird. But then I'm just like, okay. So it's okay. I don't need any more 6-7s. It's all right. All right. Thank you guys. We hit over 200 likes. We did it.
Holy shit.
Thank you guys. Continue to hit that like button if you haven't. All right, let's play the song. We'll play the song and then we will wrap this up today. Let me see. Thought I had it up already. So this comes from Gaming Survivor. It's a short one. It's only 1 minute and 51 seconds. It's called Silicon Crash. Code to Dust. Oh, shit. Is it going to be something? I say that like it's going to be something heavy. It might be something sad. Let's find out.
Yeah, bots folded, glitched out like some stale bread.
Okay.
Silicon dream shattered, markets all bled. CEOs with the devil grin, fork tongue spit. Sold us the future, but they coded loaded counterfeit. Price tags jump, no savings in the stack. Blue screens flashing, every chart turning black. AI froze the floor, it's rigged, it's spun. Consumer tech is crumbling, the damage is done. Ghost code, devil eyes, safeguards don't run. Next crash loading up, now the eulogy sung. App forms a debt while it's turned to a corpse. Workers out the door, layoffs by the hordes. Factories run on code, no human in sight. Support lines dead, no voice in the fight. Smart home schemes, just a broke man's rental. Substack heavy like a boot on your mental. AI froze the floor, it's rigged, it's spun. Consumer tech is crumbling, the damage is done. Ghost code, devil eyes, safeguards don't run. Next
I mean,
crash loading up,
the song
now
ain't lying.
They had the keys, but they fumbled the gate. Algorithms preach, but they profiting late. Digital graveyard, the steel turns to dust. History books writing this hype we don't trust. From the east to the west, Marvin's know the score. Bubbles rising fast till they burst on
The irony that we're using AI for this. I mean, the damn irony here, guys. Wow. Well, there we go. Whoa, I don't know what the hell that was. Whoa. Crazy transition. Crazy transition. Real MB gangsta tune. Yeah, man. No, that was good. That was good. It is so ironic to me, though. Like, the concept of that song. And yet, it was made with AI. Like, damn. No one's innocent. You are not the law. Gothmog, stop encouraging. No. Oh my God. There's nothing to even. You guys are funny. I appreciate you guys, though. I do. All right. So what are my final thoughts before we wrap up here and head out? My final thoughts are I feel weird right now. It's so I hate the way I feel right now, dude. I feel so weird. Sorry. No, it's final thoughts. You ready? PlayStation's still the best. PS6 is going to dominate. $1,000 not. Xbox, still trash. $2,000 trash. Coming up. And that's it. That's my final thoughts. No, I know, Titus. I know. It's weird, bro. Like, I mean, I've had very strange feelings before, but it is hard not to. It is easy to panic sometimes because you feel like you're getting such weird signals from your body, and you're like, "Am I dying?" You know, and then you hear like these horror stories from people where it's like, "Yeah, I would." Not to be dark or morbid, but it's like, yeah, I was diagnosed with like stage 4 cancer. It's like, how the hell did you go that long and not know like something was wrong? And I start to wonder if things like that, like, am I just like, you know, you just sit back and you're like, it'll pass. Yeah, it's fine. But you know, I've always been anxiety that way. I used to be a lot worse. I don't know, like, how many of you guys were like this when you were younger, or maybe you're like this now, but I remember, I mean, I guess maybe I was a little bit of a hypochondriac. I don't know if I would say I was completely a hypochondriac, but like, I just had immense anxiety, and I would have like some panic attacks occasionally, and they're awful. And let me tell you, there's something you never want to experience is a panic attack. You know why? Because a panic attack, you're not actually dying, but you feel like you're dying. And so you're just stuck in this like space of like, this is what it feels like to die, but you're not going to die. You're just going to sit here feeling like this until you don't. It's crazy. Like, it's one of the worst things ever. Take care of your nervous system. Take care of your nervous system. It's interesting though, looking back on it, man. I think I do believe that, well, because like if you look into like what panic attacks are and like what causes panic disorder, it's your nervous system. A lot of times your body is just stuck in this fight or flight mode. And I'm looking back at my life when that was happening the most and my nervous system was shot. I look back at my circumstances and I'm like, well, no wonder why. Like, look at what your life was. Look at what was surrounding you. Look at how you were living. Look at the stress. It's like, yeah, of course I was in fight or flight mode all the time. So, these days, I don't know. I'm like at a point. I'm like at a point where it's like, yeah, well, okay. I guess if I pass out, just take me where you gotta take me. See what happens. Now I'm too relaxed. No, I've always been too high strung, man. One of the things that I'm probably gonna have to look into is getting my blood pressure under control, because I have high blood pressure. I've been running high blood pressure since I was like a teenager, and it's very obvious that it's because I'm just a naturally high strung person. So Rich Rod says to Gothmog, or he says Gothmog is a leader and MBG. You saying I'm a national hero? You're welcome, Rich. You're welcome. You can only control what you can control. Some things are bigger than us. Indeed. Yeah, I mean, the mind is a powerful thing, man. It's a powerful thing. But in all seriousness, my closing thoughts, we'll see what happens with PlayStation, man. I'm still having a good time. I'm playing my PS5. Like I said, I've been playing Pragmata, playing Dark Souls, plenty of other games I'm, looking forward to coming up. So it's not all bad. I don't want to make all the conversations and all the topics and all the news we talk about just negative, but I'm sure you guys see as clearly as I do that there's just a lot of not great things happening right now, man. So, we'll cover it as it happens. We'll keep it rolling. Irfan, you're saying, MBG, before you go, I'll play a song for tomorrow's stream. By the way, don't forget to check Discord. Just make sure the song, well, it's okay if it's copyrighted, but do keep in mind if it is, it's probably going to end up getting cut out of the stream once the stream's done. So do keep that in mind. Did you tell the doctor that you might need high blood pressure meds? Yeah, every time they take my blood pressure, like, do you have high blood pressure? And I'm like, my doctor talked about wanting to put me on a low-grade blood pressure medication, but I'm just so hesitant, man. Like, I don't like the idea of having to just perpetually be on a medication, especially because with stuff like statins and blood pressure meds, I've heard, like, the negative side effects it can have over a long period of time, and I'm like, I don't know. Surely there's got to be you know what I got to do? It's all coming down to this, guys. I have to stream laying down. That's what it is. I have to just be totally relaxed, super ultra chill. I'm going to get a hospital bed. I'm going to set it up right here. I'm going to just lay in it. That's how it's going to be. All right. That's how I stay healthy. I'm kidding. I do have a hospital bed, though, believe it or not. It's in my garage, actually. I haven't used it. It's like almost brand new. It was given to us by, in case we ever have to use it, by Mrs. MBG's aunt. Unfortunately, my uncle, he had cancer and he passed away. So they invested in a hospital bed, but she gave it to us. I'm like, oh, okay. Shit's heavy as hell, let me tell you. All right, I'm just rambling at this point, guys. See, this is what happens. Once I get going, I can just go and go and go. No, I'm not replaying GTA 5 before GTA 6. Not doing that. I played enough GTA 5. I don't want to do that. I want to go into GTA 6 feeling like I haven't played Grand Theft Auto in years, which is true, literally. So, all right, Gothmog, thank you for serving. Appreciate your service, bro. Next stream is the camera above my face on the pillow. I should just do a sleep stream. Yeah, that's what I should do. That's a thing. You know, I would fuck with you guys so bad. That would be the funniest shit ever. I'd be like, all right, guys, I'm doing my first sleep stream. And when I wake up, I'll answer any super chats I got. But I would just, obviously I would not be sleeping. I would pretend to fall asleep and just do the craziest shit. I would convince people I'm like possessed or like sleepwalking and shit. Now that's content. Now that's entertaining content right there. I'm just not fun enough to do stuff like that. I can't be bothered. I'm like, that'd be so fun. But I feel like it's like I'm totally losing the plot. You know, like, wait, what? People are going to come and be like, fuck, I thought this guy was going to talk to me about fucking Dark Souls or PlayStation or something. What's he doing right now? He's like fucking hanging from the ceiling upside down, acting like he's been possessed by a demon. What's... Bro, is this a sponsorship deal? What's going on? I want to thank Kojima Productions for sponsoring this video or this stream. Be sure to check out his upcoming game, OD. Yeah, I'll save it for the OF, right? All right, guys, that's it. I appreciate everybody hanging out today. Thank you for tuning in to today's episode of Press X Podcast. Before I head out, though, I do want to make sure to give a big thank you to everybody for their support. Try the Wim Hof breathing method. I came across that. Great stuff. That guy's a legend. Thank you to everybody who supported the channel today in any way, shape, or form, but especially a big thank you if you supported directly. If you dropped any member gifts, shout out to Silent Spartan. He dropped 50 on you guys today. If you dropped any super chats or any direct donations, thank you guys so much. I can only do what I do here because you make it possible, and I am grateful for that. I try not to ever, it's hard not to sometimes, but I try not to take it for granted and understand that things could always be worse. It's a privilege to be able to sit here and talk about video games, right, for a living. It's living the dream. Living the dream, guys. So thank you. It's all thanks to you. Make sure you hit that like button on your way out. And finally, I want to make sure to give a special shout out to Devil Shooter. He does the timestamps for the streams. So if you see him in the comments with those timestamps, make sure you give him some thanks. Show him some love. I know he appreciates it. Devil Shooter, thank you for what you do, man. Really mean that. And that's it. I did put out a video if you guys want to go check that out if you haven't, or if you just want to show extra support. Still trying to stay consistent with the videos. Like I said, this Saturday should have some members content ready to go for you. That's my goal. And in between that, we will continue to do more episodes of Press X Podcast. All right. So guys, please enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Get some gaming in, eat some good food, take care of yourselves. And I will catch you all in the next one. Till then, take care, everyone.